Welcome back, everybody. It's Creative Redundancy back again, the one known as CR, like it says on your screen. And the standard mic check. Give me mic check on the side, 5x5, and all that stuff. Hopefully, everyone's doing well. I see Gear, second star. Hello, both of you. Welcome to the P.R.E.P stream, which is an acronym. So, hopefully, everyone's doing well. So, while I wait for some people to join me this evening, and hopefully everything's going well for where you are right now. And always remember the people. That's why people's first in the PREP. And besides, I gotta wait for people to join me. Hey, it's Amanda. How are you doing, Amanda? Nice to see you. I see you, Darren Gray. I see you. I see you. Nice to see you again. How are you doing? Hopefully, you've been able to get out on some of those walks still. Hopefully, you're still doing something like that. Oh, wow, that's nice to hear, Amanda. Good. So yes, for anyone that doesn't know, this stream is about people, the resources, the environment around us, and the preparedness part that comes with all of that stuff. So, yeah. Just had to check on something real quick. All right, back. So, let me know out there. Are you cooking right now? Like, why is he asking, are we cooking right now? Because I'm asking. I'm curious. I wait for a couple of responses. You know, I don't know. Maybe you're cooking with cast iron right now, or stainless steel, or you're heating up something, right? Remember that all the resources that go along with all that kind of stuff. You know, that lunch that you have at lunchtime, while you're at work, or that coffee break, coffee, and stuff like that. Remember the resources that go into something like that, so you can actually enjoy it. I like coffee too. I mean, I actually have one right beside me. Oh, and by the way, you can do it too. You can do it too. I'm actually running one of my battery powered lights for this stream. Why not? Besides, I could actually try see how long it can go for. It's fully charged right now, but I just have it off to the side. I actually had it like tilted forward, but there was a glare. Hey, it's Johnny. I see you. I should actually start highlighting things. Hey, hello. Well, food chat's gonna be part of this for the resources, right? It's just a resource that we eat in this case to get caloric intake. You know, vitamins and minerals, amongst some other things to keep going. So the people part of it keep going, right? Or the life part, and it all comes from the environment from somewhere, regardless if it's in the backyard, back 40, or somewhere you never seen before, or would never be able to see. Something like that. Good evening, Jason. How are you doing, man? Virtual fist bump. Hi, Molly. Nice to see you both. Hopefully, you guys are both doing well too. So, what I'm gonna do here is, oh, Yes, I'm actually gonna do this. Let's see where. Let's see where it is. Oh yeah, it's right here. Hold on, hold on. Come on, come on. I'm trying to navigate the screen. Sorry, sorry. I am going to send the link over to someone. So you want to join me? Let me know. I will actually, well, send you the link if you want to join me. Because the people part, I'm gonna add in a little bit more onto the stream. The resources, the gear. Yeah, see, that's why I decided to put this right here first. I, I decided to start with something that has gear. You know, something that you can do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, yes. Well, at least someone's eating. At least someone's eating. That's good. That's good. I don't know. I might just like whip up a meal right here. And everyone be like, "What? I didn't know Sia was gonna be cooking on the stream." Well, food's important too, right? Food's important too. That sounds good though, man. I'm actually starting to get hungry. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I've actually used this before. I've actually used it before. All right, all right. Hold on a sec. Just one more. Grab this here. Hold on, wait. Hmm, I got some light. There we go. That should be a little bit better. Oh, I'm warmer light in here. So let's see here. All right, all right, all right. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec, Amanda. Let me. Hold on. Give me a moment. Send it through. Come on. Hold on. I'm navigating for the menu. Da, da, da. All right. Swing back around here. All right. That should be good. Pretty sure I copy and pasted. All right. While I wait here. The camera back on here. All right. So like I said, I'm actually just running two lights here. Actually, I might run a third. Maybe another light too. I could run this one too. Oh, I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Look. Hello. Oh, how come I don't hear?
Can you hear
I
me?
don't hear you, man, Amanda. Oh, there we go. I was
Hello?
just like, wait a second. Yeah. You guys hear it? Because I just heard like two short little things. Hey, Katie, how are you doing? Um,
Can opener.
are you doing? How are you?
I'm at work.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Not for long though. I've got today off, but I've got tradies coming, so I've got to wait for them to rock up, and then I'm going back home.
Cool. Yeah, how are things around home? How are things growing?
They're starting to die off, to be honest.
I see Blake joined us. What's up, Blake? That's good. That's good, Amanda. That's good. That's good. Actually, I actually harvest something today. You don't
What did you
realize how.
harvest?
Well, there'll be a video on it later. But one, I just realized always one thing about harvesting that I'm always forgetting at times is like how much heavy lifting you have to do at times. Some of those squashes are so heavy. Some of those semblars are quite heavy at times, right? It's just like the work you gotta bring it back inside. You can, do whatever, right? Separate the seeds. It's like, oh, it's so heavy. It's so heavy.
Time consuming, but it's worth it, I
Yeah,
reckon.
yeah.
Do you know what I
Yeah.
harvested?
Ooh, do tell.
Some parsley seeds.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I like parsley.
Well, I feel like you're growing it or something like that, then you're getting the full benefit of the resource, or in this
Yeah.
case, food. Like it's just like makes you appreciate it. It's just like it's just always like in front of you. It's just like you get to see it, like kind of sprout, because every so often you pass by it, you see it. Oh, it's
Yeah.
growing more, it's growing more, it's growing more, and next thing you know, it's just like, I'll have a
Hey,
nibble
Blake.
today.
Hello, Cliffy. Sorry I missed you live yesterday. I was at my granddad's.
Wow,
Seeing the
what's up, Cliff?
family.
What's up, Cliff? Greetings. Oh, he says he got one.
Well, hopefully it's not dying.
Well, those two, like, like, send their greetings like usual. Like I said, this is why I have this right here as the first stage prompt that you'll see for this stream, because it's supposed to symbolize, like, it's just like, look, there's a little wheel, there's some gears, something you can do, and it
Not
opens up with
everyone.
a whole bunch of food.
Not everyone can use a can opener.
No, true. I get that. I understand that.
You had another one in your hand. That's one of the old style ones, yeah?
Oh, yeah. It's sitting in my pocket right now. Yeah, it's something like this. I mean, like, it's useful.
It's useful for many things.
Well, actually, I remember opening up this condensed milk. I was just like, I don't know where the can opener is. I need this. I would like to have this with my coffee. It's something like that. So you said you've been growing parsley, Amanda. How long have you been doing that?
Can you say that again?
Oh, sorry. How long have you been growing the parsley?
My first parsley bush lasted a couple of years,
Mm-hmm.
but this one bolted and went all stringy and flowered and everything else. So I've got to plant new ones, but I was going to plant them with the seeds that I got, and hopefully they'll grow.
Mm. So it wasn't your best time this season for it. Like you've had
Honestly,
better yield. Go ahead.
I don't think it'd be now because, well, it might be. We're in spring, but it's a very warm spring. And it's going to be a really hot summer, so I don't know if they're going to survive the summer. So I might wait until it starts to cool off and then plant them.
I see. Yeah, because you realize, or you've learned, or it's been passed down to you through knowledge that you do better at this time. Not so much when it's the outside environment is like really really hot. and cooking.
Yeah.
It's too much for them. You know, it's stuff like that's important to remember. Because if you're growing something, it would be nice to actually know kind of when when to expect it.
Yeah.
You know,
My
how big,
tulips
how big
died off.
is it? Like that. I didn't realize that the squash was never so heavy though. CR. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that happens too sometimes. Some of those melon squashes, oh, pumpkins too. It's almost Halloween. They're pretty, you know, they're pretty big. I've been hearing stories people have been telling about some of their harvests. It's like, yeah, it took 2 people to carry it to their car. Yeah, yeah, that's how heavy it was. Yeah, makes you appreciate
The
something
pumpkins
when
that
you can
you,
actually.
the pumpkins that you guys use for
Yeah,
carving, can you eat them, or are they just for decoration?
I know some of them you can if you wanted to. I know some people will harvest the seeds out of them. Just depends who's using it and and stuff like that. Well, I guess you can make pumpkin pie or whatever. Do something like that
I
if
want to
you
grow
want.
butternut squash.
Oh, who's here? It's Cecilia.
I like.
Hi, Cecilia. Look
Hey, Cecilia.
who's here. Of course, she said hi to you and to everyone else. So yeah, that's so cool that you've been doing that for now on. Hmm.
I want to grow cherry tomatoes too, because you can dry the seeds out for the cherry tomatoes, can't you?
Mm. Now I'm on a cherry tomato right now. I could use one right now, Amanda.
I'm
At
making
this
you
rate,
hungry, CR.
I might start snacking before like the first half an hour of this train. I'm like, I know I can get to an hour before talking about food and getting hungry. Yeah.
Oh, come on, you know for a
Oh,
fact that we're
but
going to
the
talk about food. We always
no,
talk about food.
well, food is an important resource. We all need it. We all need it. We all
Yeah, we
need it.
just make you hungry in the process.
All the time. Yeah, right. I mean, yeah. All the time. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
One of these days, CR, I'm going to have to send you some Australian snacks to try.
I'm hungry to know more. Oh, okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, but yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, I'll show this. Ooh, 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 ooh. I wasn't kidding about harvest. All right, the resource. All right, the potential and the resources too that we have.
nice.
Ooh, I know. I have to dry the resource and kind of like sift for it, but in time it'll do something.
You're getting there. It's a slow
Yeah,
process, but you're getting there.
of course. Especially since I just did this today, like 5 hours ago. No, 7 hours ago. Actually, I started this. Actually, I actually started it before I started the last live stream, which goes with this stream. It goes with this stream. That's what. That's why I have these streams back to back today. I did the
Gotcha.
creative part earlier. Yeah. And this stream is gonna be a bunch of like gear and some food and some a lot of the resources amongst my friends. Coffee if you want. All right.
Coffee's good.
So
I got coffee.
yeah, coffee is nice to have. I mean, I can go without it. I can go without it. Doesn't mean I like to go without it, but I can go without it. I don't know about you, Amanda, or anyone else out there at that time.
If I don't have
Sometimes
coffee,
I
I'm not
yeah.
alive.
Well, Well, if it keeps you going, right? It does keep the spirits up, I guess, right? Morale is
Yeah,
important, right? Morale is important.
exactly.
Morale is important to people, right? When morale is good, then generally people make good decisions, good actions.
Hey, Molly.
Hey, Molly. Nice to see you.
Bet you don't have barbecue shapes and Tim Tams and Freddo Frog.
Are you really trying there, Amanda? She's like, just naming all this food. It's just like,
I'll send you some, Thea.
oops. Ah, appreciate it. All
All right. Well,
right.
the tradies have just rocked up, so I've got to head off. Okay.
All right, all right. I appreciate you dropping in.
Well, thank
People
you for
drop
having me up.
right back at you. All right, I'll
All
see
right.
you.
Yeah.
Back to solo. But yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good, Jason. So yes, I guess I'll start with the people, right? By inviting someone on, right? People around us, right? Maybe not necessarily directly near us. You know, sometimes it's other people that we know, right? And you're coming into you know, and meeting people. So, like was saying, this stream is going to have a very specific tone, theme, something along the lines of that. And that's why I actually brought up these lights. And that's why I'm bringing up the solar lights. Ooh, what? Oh, this battery could be better, but anyway. It's a lot dimmer than it seems. That looks great on camera. I've actually decided to try something else for the evening. Nothing major. Nothing major. Something I haven't done before. But, hold on. I have to pick something out. But I've decided to actually run this stream, at least the lighting part, anyways. Right? Because I can only do so much, anyways. But the lighting part was some solar lights and some battery banks, which I charged, well, during the day. Because I want to try this out. And besides, I want to see these blades. Okay. Yeah, I also have this one nearby too. See that one. Okay. So check my charger. Okay, my battery's charging. Alright. So why am I doing this? Because actually it's gonna get dark soon. that's actually why. And I actually want to try this out. And I actually have done this, but I'm actually gonna do this live while I'm actually talking about the P.R.E.P in this stream. Because I think it'll relate to things. And it'll give me a reason to try it out anyways. Then at least I can gauge it. Let me get something out here. I've shown this on the channel before. I don't know if it'll appear on camera. No, probably not. Can't quite see that. No. I've shown this before. Ooh. You're probably like, what's this? I know. It's some lights. Some lights. Also, it's blue. I've shown this before. One of my older videos, I don't know, 2017, 2018, showed how to repurpose something to make it into something useful again. In this case, it was a light. And I actually still have this one. I'm actually surprised it's still running. Yeah. Yeah, I've actually been using this for a bit. Actually, let me double check this. Yeah, it says 3 out of 4 bars. probably won't show up on the screen. I don't think it'll look. Maybe that turn on the screen. But yeah, 3 out of 4 bars. So let's leave this up on the screen. Hold on. Did you guys see that? So I've sent the link out to a few people, so if they want to join me, they can, because well, I know who I sent it to. So they can drop in if they would like. Well, you're flipping to the right direction there, Celia. I've shown that on the channel before. I tried it a long time ago. So, yeah. I mean, obviously this one's blue, but this one actually stays on the whole time when it's open. Something like that. I'm just waiting for it to get darker. Actually, no, probably like in half an hour it'll be dark out. It's not dark out yet. Not quite. Yes. So yeah, it is. I just I've had it for a while. Because if you think about and seeing what I'm doing here, by the way, right? And why is CR doing with all these lights and in the dark here? Because it's supposed to represent when the lights go out. Sorry, excuse me. Just had a message come through to me. But yeah, like I was saying, this is supposed to represent when the lights go out, and it just happens to be dark out, or closer to dusk, or at night time. All right. I hope you guys have something that you can use. Yeah. So this is why can opener is going to be on the screen. See? I've shown this before. I've updated it since, but something. Yeah. See? I wonder what this is. Just some things to wind up the situation. It is. I've shown it before. I haven't made an update on it for a while. I mean, video-wise, I've obviously updated it, but I haven't shown a new updated video of this kit that I had for a bit. I've used it at least once since doing the video, and stuff like that, and sometimes I'll dip into that just to grab something else. So, among some other things, actually, for some reason I have these too. Although I'm starting to switch up the sizes to something more standard. I got the standard. Wow, this is rechargeable battery. Rechargeable. Don't check it. It's only 1,000 milliamps. So hopefully, if the lights ever went out, you would have something ready to use, whatever it is. Something lined up. Yeah, I have one of these too. I actually used this in the last camp out. I had footage of it. I just never added that footage back into the main sequence for that video. But yes, I actually did have this a couple months back when I was out camping. It was nice. It was nice to try it out and stuff like that. It's got its own light, something like that. Kind of used it at night. It was nice. Charge it during the day. Because I had access to sunlight. For anyone that didn't see that video, it was hot. So it was sunny, generally speaking, so I had access to solar energy. Well, solar power, I should say. So I was just like, I used it, and stuff like that. And kind of supplement, the other light sources that I brought. which include the one on this side, this light right here. They're actually the same type of light. They're just different battery banks, but hi sunflower. Sup talk. I don't know. You guys have to tell me if the audio is. Because there are people in here. So I didn't realize. But anyways, yes. Going on here. About these is that I also have these solar ones that go along with it. Right? You can see I actually use them. They've seen some sun, that's for sure. Obviously, it'll turn on. You won't be able to see it like how I see it here. Okay. Yeah, that's actually not as bright as it seems. By the way, it's actually brighter on camera. It seems, but that said, I've because the battery's kind of not full, so I'll have to charge that up. I'll probably charge that up in the next couple of days once the sun comes back out. Because I'm actually seeing this kind of, how do I say, like using them at night. Because I've been doing stuff, and watching some streams. I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's try this out. Let's try this out and see how much time I get out of it. And I actually kind of gauge it by actually something I've seen or tried out. In the preparedness community, they say to try things out, right? Not the first time, but like it'd be like your 100th, 99th time. The word's not coming out. Sorry. Okay. So yeah. Yes. That's me. That's me. Let's see where. Oh yes. There it is. So one of the things I've done to these solar lights, not only market, but I kind of use some, well, the existing stuff on the resource. Actually, let me put some light on this a little bit better. The display is kind of dimmed down there. So I've actually added some wine around there. Nothing major because the screw is kind of small, and I added some cordage on here. I added that resource on here so I can actually hang these. So some that way, or in this case, my lamp, or I mean my USB LED light here that I have, right? Hanging against the window, and that's actually what I do. Then, woo, I'm light. I can see what I'm doing. Set them randomly in a hallway so I can see what I'm doing, for example, which I'm actually doing right now. So, those are things I can dip into, right? If I don't want to dip into this right here, which I've shown before, this lights out kit, which has some other things in it. I've updated it, like I've said. See it later in there. Some matches, just in case. Some other odds and ends that I've also added, dedicated to this type of kit right here. That's why I actually have the markers on here. I've shown this before, so it's not like I haven't shown it. But see, reflective markers, which also just happen to work with Yes, quite nicely. It's quite nicely. So if I'm actually using this, I can actually see that quite easily. At least notice it, and hopefully be able to notice it and see it and get to it. Amongst more things, and set something up like how I set up the lights right here. So another thing I'm gonna grab right here in the room. So this is actually sitting on the outside of one of my bags right here. I actually don't put the water in it. Actually, you know what? It's almost like I planned it this way. That's water. Right here. I just put some water in the screen right here. Some nice water. Water's an important resource. Not necessarily what's the container, but the fluid on the inside. That's what matters, right? I just have it marked. So you can see. It says 26th of June for next year. Yeah. No, not next year. The year after. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, you did that. You started looking for all kind of ways to attach things when you were in the wheelchair. I see, I see. I mean, I've shown ways with these lights, which is possible. Depending, I mean, it depends, obviously, what you have and what's around you, right? The environment around you. So kind of, I mean, obviously, the water's gonna be a primary thing. The food's gonna be a primary thing, like that. You're gonna need regardless. One way or another, you're in time. You're gonna need one way or another, right? But in terms of the lighting, because I started to notice that, is that some places, some buildings, structures, some areas, you can actually use magnets to attach things on. Obviously, a fridge would be like kind of like the primary example that everyone would know of. But you know, some, like for me here, and I've seen it in other places, not all places, but sometimes there's like, well, they reinforce the corners on like from like drywall and stuff like that. So it has steel reinforcements on the sides, so you can actually attach a magnet and it'll actually stick to it. I mean, obviously, the starter debate and all that stuff, but I mean, I've actually hung lights like that before, just to get it them up high. Because I kind of figure if you're actually gonna run lighting because you don't have the power to it for whatever the reason is, like a storm, whatever that may happen, or something along the lines of that. It would be nice to be able to see the ground. I don't necessarily need to see the ceiling, but I do need to see the ground so I don't run into anything or like hit this broom that's gonna fall down randomly and like scare the cat. Then next thing something else happens, you know, and having that because it, you know, in theory it could actually happen quite like that, especially if it just happened right now where it's starting for me to get darker out. Right, it sounds very yeah, it sounds very sad. Sad, yeah. Exactly, the accessibility, right? Accessibility where and stuff like that is important. I mean, I'm always a big proponent of like deployment or quick deployment, right? I mean, as fast as you can get it for what you have, the gear, the resource that you're using. For example, for example, here, as I put some of these stage props away. I gotta remember to put them back into the bags, or else I'll forget. But okay, I won't quite get there. Like a first aid kit, or you want that something accessible, or as accessible as you would like. You know, maybe not quite on the outside at times, but at least the top of the bag, just one zipper open, grab it out, kind of deal. At least something like that. Something in that quite. It's at the bottom of the bag. It's at the bottom of the, or whatever. Because there will be frustration, or where is it? And stuff like that. So that deployment, because it'll save you time, the headache of trying to find it, and it's kind of more ready to go. I mean, that's a lot of things that even the preparedness community would agree on. It's like, yeah, sometimes time is a luxury that you might have. Sometimes the lead time is very, very small, or mere moments matter, if not seconds. Let's see where we're at. All right, Jason, take care. That's what yeah. It gives me, yeah. I mean, you'll have to try it out. I mean, there's still a range for the neodymium magnets. Obviously, the larger ones have more pull, more holding strength. So it depends, right? But if you want to, like I said, if I'm just running like a USB, a solar garden like what I have here, it's more than capable. I mean, I've reused the resources from like a hard drive. Well, platter hard drive, I should specify. Not solid state. So these platter hard drives used to use magnets, neodymium magnets, to write the information or delete it. But therefore, you know, but because I'm not using it anymore for whatever reason, I'm gonna try to reuse that resource. I mean, it's still useful. I can still use it for something. In this case, I could just leave it hanging on the corner of a wall, and if I dip into it, because I gotta hang some lights, some garden lights, because you know places where I can put them, and I do have spots. I actually do know where they are, in my place where I can hang them. Certain spots in the kitchen or whatever, right? Maybe an overhang range. If you have something like that, exhaust thing, something like that, fridge or something like that. I mean, you have to try it. I mean, see if I guess if it sticks to it and it holds up your leg, well, it's plausible. And if it's up high enough, you can actually use it, because you might be able to get away with like one or two lights in a room versus like maybe more. If that makes any sense. You'd be able to, like, it's nice to be able to see the ground. When you're walking and you want to be able to see what you're seeing, because you don't want to trip over anything, especially if you have stuff inside, or random stuff, or you know, you know, pet toys or pets. It'd be nice to be able to see stuff. And candles may not always be an option. I do have some. Don't get me wrong. That kit that I just showed does have some. I do have some of this, by the way. Yes, they're sitting at the bottom of underneath the layers in the matches I have for that. But they have their own concerns. I have my own concerns about it. It's honestly something I'm not gonna like sleep overnight with on or lit, right? In comparison to like a solar garden light, for example. Let's see. I see. I see. I see. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Yeah. 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 I think so too. I think so too. Talk about the. Yeah. It's nice because I can just like walk through the space, and I have it, and it's independent, you know, and I have that option. I can use these And if I use them, then I can gauge the time I use set lights, for example. So I can at least see what I'm doing first, especially if it happened at night first. It doesn't things like that don't always happen during the day. I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, anyways, let me have some coffee here. Mm. Yeah, I'll show you guys something I actually did. Why not? Why not? I'm talking about the resources and it related back into this water that I have. So I actually did something. See, I've shown this before in one of my using videos about coffee creamers. Well, I just took one and it just happens to fit the bottle. And you're probably like, what's for that reasoning, CR? It's so actually I can put it back in the pocket that it's in easily because it already takes up the space because there's a little kind of cup made for it. And it just doubles as a cup or something like that for a container that I can temporarily use if absolutely necessary. So it'll function as something and it'll give you extra capability, I guess, for what it is. So yes, let me put this battery back. Let's see. I'd show you, but it'll overwhelm. It'll be too bright. You won't be able to. Yeah, it will be way too bright. So sometimes I'll just keep something like this or something like that next to my nightstand. Something arm's reach that I can get access to, for example. And it's actually not my phone. Even though I might have a phone nearby too, I might be able. If I don't notice it, then I can reach for another light source. I'll be like, I thought I put my phone there. No, it's sitting in the kitchen or something like that. I can reach for something else because it's right nearby. Or I'll just actually just have the light, the solar light. Actually, because this was actually a 4-pack, and I've been trying them out since like the whole year. Just trying them out. I mean, even last night when I was trying out the one with fully charged battery, I'm like, well, actually, it's nice. It it just felt nice and relaxing. It's not a very bright light, obviously, but it's very. I can see things, maybe not necessarily read things to it, but I can see things, and it's just like I can still get a few things done. You know, so it's nice. My eyes started to adjust to it as well. I'll just put that on the screen. Oh, maybe move this. I almost forgot about this. There we go. Oh, yeah. I still got power on that one. As I see how long I've been going for. Okay, okay. Like, I've actually ran. Actually, you know what? Maybe I will get it. Maybe good idea. But my audio doesn't kind of. As I go into the room here, grab something here. There it is. Reminds me. I've actually ran a live stream before with only a USB light as my background. Yeah, I actually have done it before. One of my subscribers sent me this a while back. I have this one with these type of lights. I can actually run one of these too. It's actually technically. Hmm. Just heard something. I actually run it off one of these solar things or on the battery banks if I want to. Just, did I put that? Oh yeah, over here. Go grab it here real quick. I have something chirping at me. There's stay there. I shall use this one. I'll show you guys here. Let's plug it in. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see. I have this air light source here. And you can see this is much on the warmer side compared to the weight of the LEDs. But yeah, I actually was using this over on the stream, over on one of my streams for a couple hours, just to see. I was just checking it, comparing it to the battery bank, a known milliamp hour, just kind of gauging it in my, how much time can I really get lighting if I start to use something like this, for example. But I'll run that one. Actually, I can run both. And I mentioned this actually. Let me turn this off so you can actually. Hold on. I can actually see. I've mentioned this before in one of my last live streams. One of the things that I started to do more, especially since I have more than one battery bank, is that wherever I have the battery banks located, right? Yes, I try to maintain them as much as possible, but in reality, in the real world, you still have to use. Still want to use these battery banks because for whatever reason, right? Because you're in a rush, you can't be you don't want to be tethered. You're live streaming. You're out recording, doing, slow motion, time lapse or something like that, and you need that extra power, right? So you'll use it. But sometimes you'll come back and you still have three-quarters of it. Now you're not going to charge it back up yet because you still have power, but you know. So one of the things I started to do was I'll actually aim the USB section port up if it's fully charged, and if I'm using it, it's aimed down, which means that when I'm cycling through them, I know which one. And if absolutely necessary, I can always grab the full one, and I already know because I faced it up. And obviously, hopefully remember that I didn't start using it since the last time it's been charged. And for, anyone else, right? Because to me, that makes sense, fully charge up, down on power, or you're using power, down, aim down, right? Even if there was no indicator. Because, for example, because you're using it and you'd be like, oh, yeah, you used it for an hour. Even if you didn't have any indicator, you still know, well, you still used it for an hour. So you would know, yeah, it's not fully charged. Hey, Vay, how are you doing? Good evening. Nice to see you. So yeah, that's what I do. Just to keep it going, and depending what I have for recharging, right? Or to maintain it or whatever, right? So if I know I'm going somewhere, all right, I might bring like, oh, look at that, one of the smaller battery banks I have is at half, for example, right? I might actually like top that off, just like topping off some gas or something like that, just topping it off, right? On these smaller battery banks, but some of these larger ones I'll actually just wait till they go down. Because it's actually better if I try to keep them as full as possible whenever I'm not using them. But once I start using them, then I'll use up the power first. Because if you're trying to recharge them outside of the grid, outside of solar, using a generator, well, some of these battery banks can take a little bit of time to recharge. I mean, the smaller capacity ones, the ones that have a slow trickle type of charge, it will take much longer compared to other ones that are, you know, quicker charging. So, but it's not that fast, right? You still, if you're running for the generator or something like that, you're not have to keep on running for a bit, right? In a vehicle too, right? You're doing something like that. Recharging a battery bank, especially, I mean, especially if it's a bigger battery bank, it'll still take some time. It's not gonna be that fast. So that's why I have some of the smaller ones. Because I can get a charge in there. And it's relatively lightweight enough that I can carry it most of the time. Let me see here. Yeah? Ryan, he needs a couple more. No, like I said, Chuck, I do use these battery banks quite frequently. I just cycle for them. Because like I said, it depends what I'm doing. I just want to always, but one of the things I make sure is always have one full one. Just in case I got to dip into that right away, it's ready to go, right? I know for sure. I don't have to guess that. Yeah. See, yeah. It doesn't, it takes a little bit of time, right? So you're using a generator or in a vehicle, it still takes a bit. It still takes a bit. I mean, that's why keeping that in mind, keeping that in mind on things. Because, I've been hearing these stories. All right. I mean, at times, I know what's been going on in the U.S. last couple of weeks, right? I mean, obviously, first, there are people. Obviously, they're still going through stuff. It's just, aftermath now. But, if you're waiting to charge your phone because you're going to get a hold of someone, you know, and you're at a communal place, whatever it is, and a lot of other people are charging, right? You might have to wait for a place to charge, right? I mean, there's only so much space to charge, I guess, so many outlets and all this stuff, and among some other things. So having something like a battery bank would be useful, right? So you can actually maintain that battery for a little bit longer and such, and be able to see where you're going if you're using that for communication or something like that to get a hold of someone, or as an option to get a hold of someone. I mean, technically, if you could be our devices along the way, along the lines of that would work. Not necessarily a phone, but something along the ways of it. Maybe it's that wind-up radio because you know you broke the hand crank, but and there's no solar, but you got the charging cable and you got a battery bank. Well, then you can get some news out of it. So think about it like that. You have to be more vigilant about your charging because your car could either you can't charge in the car. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes maybe you can be in a vehicle, right? But if you're carpooling or whatever, some other reasons, or you actually have somebody else charging, well, stuff like that, right? I mean, I've been in other people's vehicles and other stuff like that, and it's just like, you know, oh, I always try to take advantage of the charging because I mean that resource is available at that time. I mean, especially if the vehicle's running anyways, right? And you're actually moving. You're not kind of idling, right? Yeah, that power's getting generated at that time anyway. So it's kind of storing that resource to use for later on, for example. But yeah, it would still take a while to charge these battery days. At least in my opinion, I think it is still. I mean, it's not that fast. I think. It can be fast for someone else, but it's not that fast. It's not instantaneous. It's not like look turbocharge. Right? There's still some time you have to wait. Some time, however long it is. Let's see. Hey Vanessa, Katie, how are you doing? It's nice of you to join me again. How are you doing, my friend? Let's see. That's what happened to you after you had to walk blocks to get to a bar charge. Yeah, yeah. All right. And you actually have to do that. I mean, obviously, a battery bank only can buy you so much time on your device. I can't say how long. It just depends on the device. Depends on how big the battery bank capacity is and stuff like that, and what you're doing, right? But it might save you the energy or the necessity to actually have to go somewhere, right? If you have to go find signal, that's one thing, but to charge your phone, right? Let's say you have signal, but no charge, right? Well, phone's not that useful, even if the grid's going or that part didn't get affected if you don't have power. It's kind of defeats the purpose, but yeah. So it's definitely useful to have this kind of stuff and the charging cable nearby if it doesn't, conduct through it for charging purposes. I've heard about something like that. I've heard about because I've been watching documentaries. I've actually watched documentaries about that kind of stuff about and how that's advancing too. Because I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense, right? So something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind, just in case. Some tidbit information. I don't know. Depending. Might be useful to know, at least, right? If you have one of these small battery banks and you're just trying to trickle charge it in. Because I know some people out there are using them because they have to. Not just because they're recording or whatever, because they literally have to. I do know one of my subscribers that uses them all the time. They're down to one right now, and it helps them. It helps them out for what it is. So you can never discount having that kind of power, especially if you're gonna get a hold of someone or use it for that reason. You know. See, now it's actually finally getting dark. It's actually finally getting dark. You probably didn't haven't noticed, but yeah, it's actually getting dark outside finally. Actually, I don't know, run so I can. Turn this back on. Oh, there we go. Ooh, wow. I have a wall up over here, so I'm just bouncing it off the wall. Actually, I've probably bounced off the ceiling. Actually, it's not so bad. I can run these for a little bit. I actually, like I said, I charge these for the day. So I figured, you know what? I'll run them. Why not? And do the stream at the same time. Because I think, like I said, I'm gonna run this tonight. Just kind of gauge the time I have with them. That way, I actually kind of be like, well, when it's fully charged, I can get X amount of time out of it. Instead of assuming or, you know, guessing, I would kind of know a little bit better, or at least within a better ballpark. Within the infield of of the baseball diamond, something like that. So I don't overestimate it. Hmm. Like for me, like I said, I can't quite read at times, depending where I am standing in the room, but I can definitely see the ground, definitely see things, and which it's important if you're trying to do things maybe before bed, for example. Right? Something happened or whatever. You're taking rest or trying to get things done. All right. Being able to see is very nice. Okay. Mm. Oh, I see. I see. I see, Doug. Yep. Yep. So yeah, these resources that we have, right? That's why I've been trying to like understand them and what potential that they have. No, like honestly, I've been showing a lot of the lights as an example, right? But there are resources out there, right? That's just electrical power, lithium, LED, right? There's other resources out there that are important too. Right? Well, in my opinion, they're probably just as important overall. Overall, the soil, then for the food. See, I'm bringing it back to the food again. See how I'm bringing it back to the food again? You know, and that's why I do something like chop and drop, which I showed briefly in the last video. Is that and the reason why I do it is for a lot of reasons. You know, just like a lot of times it's not just for the preparedness part. There's a reason for it. Set, set up the environment so it can actually, in time, grow something better. Okay, you know, I might, like I said, I won't see results this year. Maybe not even next year, but maybe sooner or later I will start to see more and more results out of it because I start to add in to it. You know, get some potential back from these resources that are like quote unquote disposable, tossed out. You can name any other name for trash, garbage, and so forth and so forth. I mean, we all see it. We all do it. I do it too, right? I do it too. No, it's because it's what we have and what we use and all that stuff. It's, but when I see that stuff, I see it as a resource, untapped resource, has potential. Might not know it right now at times, but it can. There could be potential. Might have to work hard at it to get that potential back out. Need a large supply of it to get the potential back out. You know, something like, you know, what's a good example? What's a good example? Oh, yeah, scrapping. See, shout out to the scrapping community right here, right? They, they're recovering these potential resources, yeah, minerals, precious metals, you know, something like copper. But there's other types and silver and all that stuff. And they call it aluminum and steel, but they recover that resource, so it goes back into the system again. So when the environment gave up that kind of material, the metal, they got mined or whatever, it keeps going around and around in the system. It keeps it flowing, right? Keeps adding to the system because that resource is available all the time unless it's in use already by someone else or by something else or being used or occupied. And the scrappers out there that do metal scrapping and all that stuff, right? I know they do it for the money. Don't get me wrong, right? But that secondary kind of benefit that happens of something like that is that the resource gets reused, right? So the environment gave it up for the right, and now the environment can heal, and that's smart. But the resource itself can keep going around because people are trying to get it turned back around to be reused into something else. You know, melted back down to aluminum, right? Could be a can, pop can, all right? Because I know here in Canada, there's many of the provinces do. There's deposit from dirty sounds and all that stuff, right? Right. And aluminum cans are probably in there, right? Beer bottles, soda, and all that stuff. All the proper popular brands and all that stuff, right? I mean, having that resource keep going around and around as long as possible means that it can keep going, keep helping people or working with people or allowing people to have access to that resource for much longer periods of time, which in the long run could be sustained for a little bit longer versus if it drops out back into an environment where it's not useful to someone for a very, 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 very long time, especially if it was used once. Would you like to do scrapping tech? Well, I know someone that does. I know my buddy does. Sometimes he drops in, but yeah, and understanding that, right? I mean, it's not for everyone, but other things too, right? Those resources out there, right? Because I think it doesn't matter if you're into this preparedness part all the way, part of the way. You're more of the homesteading type. You're more of this, you know, gardening type. You're more of this, you know, into metal scrapping. You know, but one thing's for sure: the resources are important. You know, for a scrapper, the metals are important and all that stuff, right? For someone that grows garden, the food, the seeds are important resource, right? Because it gives them opportunity to eat or maybe sell some excess, for example, to make a profit so they can get something else that they can't necessarily grow. And for scrappers out there that scrap metal, they're doing it to offset something else, right? Maybe they're doing it for the money, maybe they're doing it to help the environment a little bit more so that metal gets circulated back in a lot more and stays in the system where people can use it, if that makes any sense, right? I mean, I'm not a tree hugger, but I do like that way of, keeping it in the system, and all that stuff. It's nice to see things being used all the time. Makes you appreciate that item, you know, because it just keeps on giving, it just keeps on giving. Just like, someone else you use it and changes to something else. It's just like it keeps helping people and just like, but it was only bought new once, but it had all the lifespans just increased tenfold, just helping so much more people and just like, for example, it's like a sweater or something that gets passed down generation to generation, for example, right? It has sentimental value, but it also has like that kind of like, you know what? That's helped a lot of people. How this research has helped a lot of people out, right? It just keeps on giving. It's so warm, for example, until it gets worn out, and then maybe you repair it and or mend it afterwards. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you need a space too, right? Also, there's a reason you generally need the space because some of the stuff is quite big, right? I mean, you're gonna hand it to them because, like I said, a lot of the materials that are probably recycled out there. That's the word I probably won't use that much. I'll use the R words. R words. Yes. If you look at my description, I'm trying to remember right now. Yeah, there's a lot of R words in there. You know, they get that stuff back, right? It's just like the cans out there. You know, like most of the time it's for the money, probably like 90% of the time. But then there's kind of benefits, right? Because they know it's just like, well, you know what? There was something on the side of the road. I brought it back, you know. Now that's it's no longer an eyesore on the road or a hazard in the winter, for example, right? Something like that, right? And you realize, yeah, because it's not on the side of the road, and it's starting to snow like later. Someone picked it up and started scrapping it, you know, bring it back to a useful state again, and you know, it just doesn't linger out there, doing not really helping anyone really, for example, right? Because I'm always a big fan of reusing as much as you can. Obviously, there's a limitation to reusing. You can only reuse something so many times because they start to wear down, get smaller, get microscopic, micro, all that kind of stuff, right? It's hard to tackle the resource for me because I the water. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. I see what you mean. To yeah, so stuff like that, right? And you realizing that the potential out there, right? Because let's face it, when you don't have the resources, I mean, like literally, you don't have the resources. The only resource you have is what you have on your back. Yeah, it starts to pull a lot of, you start thinking about it, like how useful those resources are when you do have them, right? Sometimes you don't realize until when you don't have the resources, and like, you know. And also on the preparedness side, you start to prepare these resources, get them ready, stage them up in advance, so they're ready to go. Because maybe something has happened before, and you just had to change your mind. You know, I know some people that go for that. There's a lot of stories out there that people have shared. You know, myself included. You know, that journey. Right? Everyone starts from somewhere. You know, for whatever the reason is. You know, but one of the things that does is in common, regardless of why, is the resources required. And also get to get knowledge, the skill, and experience. But you know, there's some physical things that help. couple lights, couple lights, being able to open up that can because you actually have the can opener, a manual can opener, because you can actually work one is useful to have. Well, I mean, use what you can, right? I've always said, I know, unfortunately, I can't. Just like I always said, I can't help. You can't help everyone else, but you can help someone. And that same way, I can't reuse everything, but I can reuse a lot of things. At least I'll try. I mean, the way I'm interacting in the space, unfortunately, I can't get to it or something like that. And, you know, unfortunately, I don't like doing it, but sometimes that's the way it is. You know, because I can see potential in the resources at times. It's just like, and that's why you see these things that are reused a lot on the channel. Actually, in the last couple of years, we probably have seen a lot of things that are being reused on the channel. And there's actually some more I'm working on, you know, because I see this stuff and just like I feel like there's so much potential at times, right? Because coming back to people, right? When people don't have the resources, it, it's it's harder, it's more difficult, you know. Clean water, right? You have clean water? Oh yeah, yeah, life's good, life's good. When you don't have it, oh, morale's down. You don't know, you can't get that coffee, all right? You can't have that tea. You can't wash your face without that water because it's heavily contaminated because of something that happened in your area. What name XYZ, name that storm, winter storm, blah blah blah, right? It's not the same thing can happen. Loss of power, for example, right? And you realize, you know what? Maybe I need to be a little bit more ready for this. That way, I don't get bitten. And not only that, to give to lift your spirits. So you're not up the creek without a paddle. You have options, you know. And if you're with other people, they realize, oh, you know, thanks, you were thinking ahead. Smart one. Oh, I was just kids, you know, it has happened before, something along the lines of that, right? You just realize, yeah, it's just ready, right? Every so often you check on it, just make sure the batteries are charged in the light or whatever. Per, but, oh, instead of it being an inconvenience or a major thing, it's just a slight inconvenience. It's just like, oh, I still have options, right? I'm not so worried yet. I still have options on the table to dip into, right? Because when you have options, you generally you have something going for you, right? It's kind of hard when you don't have options at times, or no solution. Because without solution, it's just like, oh, I don't know what to do. The morale may fall or something like that, just because not sure, uncertainty, right? The next thing you know, you're kind of not making the smartest decisions at times. I'm really glad you do something like that, Tuck, by the way. Do what you can, like I said. Because I've seen things and just like, and some things it's just like, literally that's like 5 seconds ago. Or something like that. I mean, just depends. I mean, it's like I said, when you have a lot, or have next to nothing, or nothing, anything a little bit can kind of help at times. Or it starts to give you something, a sense of something. And maybe, you know, and maybe, like there's a range that you can think of. Instead of just being getting a cup or a bottle of water, for example, someone gives you a water filter that can handle what you see in the water, right? Something like that could dramatically change your mood, your mind, right? And maybe after seeing something like that, or hearing something like that, you realize, oh, you know what? If that helps someone there, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to have one, right? Maybe I'll try it as many times as I can. When I go out, the occasional camping or when a roadside trip or whatever, right? But it'll be there when I need it because I've already considered it in advance or have it ready to go or ready to deploy out because you actually have it in advance, right? You already have this in advance kind of deal. Having a burger, Shani? I'm not even talking about food. I'm just talking about the water part first. Yeah, exactly. Increase your resource base in regards to scrounging for your person and recycling, and you have to walk off with something because you didn't have the skills to utilize. Yeah. I mean, sometimes for space, or it's just like, I don't have the tools for it, right? You can have the resources, but sometimes you don't have the tools to change or convert the resource into something. I'm talking about, let's say, like power, not necessarily power tools, but like stuff like grinders and stuff like that that allow you to fabricate something, right? You know, you might have the resource of metal, but you might not be able to change it to something. You have the resource, but you can't change it into something that you would like to use or need at that time for whatever reason. Okay? So you would have to, stuff like that. I mean, people have done things, bend metal, heat metal, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, those are all small scale, really, with a little campfire. I think that You're never gonna get the temperature high enough so that you can like do something more substantial. Not without anything like putting air into it. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. I see. I see. If I start eating, remember this comment. If you just start, it's like, why is Sierra doing that? He's not going to talk about food because he's eating it, not what he's thinking about. I don't know. I might get into that. Actually, no. I know. You know, there's something. You know what? I might get into that soon. I might get into it soon. There's something else I've been working on. There's something I've been considering and just adding it into the rotation of preparedness supplies. And just trying something else and seeing if it will work for me. For example, I'm still working at it. It does have to do with food, by the way. That's why I'm bringing it up. So everyone, you can thank Shawnee for 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 eating a burger to remind me of that. So yeah, just kidding, everyone. Just kidding. I see. I see. Yeah. You you know, I've said this before at times, and I will say it again. And I just kind of wrote it this one time in a live stream, and I was just like, yeah, it does kind of make sense. If you can't buy something, you'll either have to find it or make it yourself. You know, using those resources for me. Because something pre-made, the resources have come together already and became well, it was manufactured or made, right? I mean, you don't have access to that. You'll either have to find it or make it or repair it enough. You know, that's another R word right there, repair, right? I mean, knowing how to do that, right? And understanding that. I mean, obviously, I don't know how to fix, you know, you know, this one issue in this solar panel. Okay, I don't have the knowledge for that, but you might have other knowledge like being able to stitch something together, right? Your sock, you know, because that'd be a darn good thing to learn or to do. See what I did there? See what I did there? That was a darn good dad joke right there. Hi, Howie. I see you in there. Oh, talk. I see. Yes. So, like I said, for everyone that doesn't know, I'm actually running the stream with like, well, you can't see them LED lights. Because I'm actually trying these out and actually seeing a few things while I'm doing this. And I figure once you'll do this, it'll give me a good reason to do it, and I can do it in the real world, so I can actually gauge it. Actually, that's another thing I'm doing is actually gauging these lights that I have. Because I want to see how much time I can actually get out of these with the battery bank that I'm using. Some of them with. That way I know this kind of information. I'll be like, okay, after so much time, I need to charge it. Because, like I said earlier, these battery banks take an X amount of time to recharge. It's just like any other battery, it just takes an X amount of time. It's not as it might not be as fast as you would like, especially if you're trying to wait by generator for it to charge back up, right? And having to like do all that stuff for it, right? Because you have to use that power or start running the fuel or consuming the fuel that you do have. Even if it's solar, you're consuming the pumping it back in, right? I mean, you'll probably be like, "Oh, I got more fuel here. It's supposed to be sunny tomorrow." Well, yeah, but what kind of a lot of these situations that have been going on, which relates into the preparedness part, some of these situations are like 5, 7 days or longer now, or it seems like it at times, right? I mean, I can name a couple of things that already happened this year, down in the U.S. and here in Canada, and probably other places, right? With with something to do with the resource, and because of it, uh, other things happen because of it. That downtime of it, right? And people diversifying their options of what they're using. I mean, here out west there was an incident of a water main breakage, right? That was weeks, right? You know, out in the U.S., storm damage and all that stuff, right? People without homes, right? But you know what's in common with both of them? Water, both of them, right? Something that one's man-made, one's natural, right? But one thing that comes in common to both of these, in a lot of situations like this, is the water, right? It becomes like too much water, not enough water. You gotta conserve water, right? I mean, that resource of water. I mean, water equals life. No coffee without water. So if anyone ever asks you, "Oh, hey, why do you store so much water?" Just be like, "Oh, I like my coffee, so just in case something happens, I can always have my coffee, so I'm not cranky, right? So I don't take it out on someone, right? And all that stuff." He said, that's how I kind of say it. And people kind of laugh, but they kind of understand it. So like, yeah, I guess if you want your coffee, you need that water, right? You can have all the coffee beans, all the instant coffee you want, but if you want that nice warm brew, you need some water to go with that. Uh, oh, I appreciate that. Oh, wait, let me see. Mm, okay, yeah, yeah. That's what I say to people. It's just like, yeah, if you want your tea or something like that, right? You know, right now I still have the rain catchment. Just I toned it back down because the amount I'm getting is not that much right now. But I'm trying to utilize what the environment has offered me. Because here's the thing: if someone says, "Oh, hey, CR, I know you're storing all this water, right? Just in case, right? But doesn't that mean other people can have that water?" Well, you know what I say about that? I'm not using water that came from somewhere else, like from the tap or somewhere like that. I'll be using water that came from rainwater. So I kind of, you know, I might be holding back a little there, but I'm also using from a different source, right? And putting that back into the system, and that makes any sense. You know, one person has asked me that. I'm like, well, I get that. That's why I do that. you know, the water do other things, right? I try if I'm using dishes or whatever, I don't run the water constantly. For example, right? Because I know how valuable it is, especially here in Canada. you know, because you can't even forget that at other places, like the water situation is much different than other places in the world. Especially if you have actually seen these places, it's much different. it's much different until you go traveling at times or go outside Canada or the North American continent as a whole, and some of these other places, you'll realize it's like, yeah, I'll never take for that water for granted. You know, in comparison, right, to what it is. Yeah, everyday carry coffee. That's cool. That's awesome. Hey, maybe I should just there be like, I'll just have this like sash on of my coffee. It'll be like Don't worry, emergency stash of coffee. Just in case. It offers quick pick me up. Let's see here. Oh, okay, I have to check this. Okay, I have to check on my battery. So, well, I mean, do what you can, talk. Like I said, you know, I say, oh, I'm gardening, for example, right? I'd be like, oh, I like gardening, but the water's blah blah blah, so that's why I have the rain catchment, right? You know, it's like need so much water, and it's kind of hard. Now, oh, enter the garden or something like that, or hey, I like my coffee, so I just want to make sure I always have that coffee, so I need the water. I don't have the coffee set. I always have that cup, you know. I can always just say like something like that, and people may understand that, you know. Or how I say, well, can't have coffee without water. And people will be like, yeah, we can agree on it. Maybe not see preparedness part of storing water, but understanding the importance of it at least that much of it. Mm. Well, you know what? That's good to learn from other people, right? Learn from other people's shoes, or being in other people's shoes and understanding it, okay, for what it is, realizing, you know, for some of us, these battery banks are just, just something we have, right? But for other people, it's a metaphoric lifeline, right? It's part of their system at that time because for whatever the reason, right? So they're not attended to an outlet at some place. They can just charge the battery bank to be independent. Once they charge the battery, they can use it on the road or whatever, right? And you're independent from that. Because just like how I said earlier, if you were in a situation where you had to flee somewhere, for example, or something along the lines of that, and maybe there is power, intermediate power, or whatever, running off a generator, a couple outlets, right? Everyone's using an outlet, well, you don't have to return. By having a battery bank, in addition to other things, including water, also maybe a first aid kit to kind of help you along, you know, you don't have to dip into using something like that if you don't want to, or maybe it's really busy, or there's not free quote unquote outlet or power available. Then, something you can use. Right? It's kind of it gives you that option, right? Just depending, you could choose, right? You could choose to use it or not. If there was one available, you could choose to use that, right? Save your battery bank for later, right? Which might be useful too, right? So when you're away or something else happens, right, you have power back again. You know, this option thing, right? Because then you can make the choice. You can make that choice. So, for example, you enter this place at that time, the power was still on, right? You just said, okay, you know what? I'll use the power here because at the moment, right? Like, the power gets cut to that place. Let's say 20 minutes later, you managed to get a little bit of charge. Other people got a little bit of charge, but now there's no power at that place. Oh, you're like, wow, I saw this battery pack has the backup now in case something like that happened, right? Or it's kind of like a rolling block road or something like that, and just kind of catching up. Well, it's here now, can deal with it, and you have that option. Or, like I said, if all the outlets are taken, now you have this option that I can use my battery because unfortunately the option of charging it here is not available. So, because if you think about preparedness, you know, you diversify, you know, a lot more. Doing having not just like dry stuff, but air stuff like fermented stuff and stuff like that. Some people do freeze drying, dehydrated stuff, right? And stuff like that. diversify it, you know, so you have options when something happens. Because it's nice to have options, because at least then you can choose. Okay, the pros and cons is like, okay, we'll go with this. I have this option. This is the best option at this time. I see. I see. I see, Holly. Okay, I see. I see. I mean, I got my bottle. Hey, look. I got my bottle nearby right here. Look, there's actually water in here. Oh wait, there's actually water in here. Which actually now would be a good time because I've been talking for a bit. Yeah. All right. Water does so much. I mean, even here's something you wouldn't really think about, right? Or at least consider roasting seeds. You actually might need water with that. You're probably like, what? Yeah, because if you're making a brine to soak the seeds in, for flavor like salt, sea, sea salt or whatever, it has to be suspended in water and saturated into the shell to be roasted later. So you actually need water. So without water, you're not doing that. And you need enough of it, right? Also, if I was actually doing that, I'd probably reuse that after. Yeah, I probably would. I could. Even though it's got salt in it, I might be like, yeah, even for cleaning or something like that. I would consider that. And the reason I say that is like I said, I got these. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. I know. You live in a sunny place. You like one of those small chargers for solar panels for charging. I mean, honestly, the size will dictate how much you can pump in for input power, but the size of the battery you would need at the end. It's all the stuff, but at least it would be a start. Would be a start. You know, I in my opinion, something like a flashlight, even if you want to go more old school times, for example, right? To me, that's kind of like almost like almost like a food staple in terms of like a storm preparedness type of thing. It's just like doesn't matter if it's a winter storm. Doesn't matter if it's a rainy type of storm or high wind type of storm to a degree, right? No, one of the common things that can happen is that the power goes out because you know trees fall on power line, blah blah blah, all this other stuff that can and has happened in the past, and we have seen, or the water that results because of it. So having these could be useful, you know, could be useful, so you can actually see what you're doing. Just in case you actually really need to see what you're doing because something just happened, and it'd be nice to be able to see what you're doing. I mean, I've shown this before, and I actually have it on the side. There. You know, headlamp. I still have this headlamp. I've actually used it for a bit. Every so often when I do need the hands free, it's nice to have, right? Not necessarily always need hands free because obviously the lights I'm using are right now are for I'm acting it like a floodlight or a spotlight, right? If I'm doing a specific task or whatever, I have to, and I need to see what I'm doing too. Well, yeah, headlamp or some sort of hands free in that way, clip or something like that, or some magnet or whatever. It's useful because now you can actually get the work done that you need to, whatever it is, because you gotta patch something up, fix a tire, whatever, and you can actually see what you're doing. And yes, Many of us have a phone that has a light function. However, with that said, you might not be able to prop it in the right direction. You might be on hold at the same time, right? It's kind of hard to be on hold with like the why is the word not coming to mind? Why is the word not coming to mind? Sorry, the tow truck. Sorry, yeah, for some reason the word wasn't coming. When you're waiting on hold with the tow truck, yeah, you still need to see what you're doing with your flashlight on your phone. It's kind of hard to do, right? You have to pull the phone away. It's a little bit different, right? So having a dedicated headlamp in that case would be very useful because now you can do both at the same time, still hear what you're doing, or whatever, stay on hold and not actually hang up because you're fumbling with the phone with the flashlight because you're trying to see what you're doing at the same time, right? So no forethought on that, and it conserves your battery on your phone because now you have a dedicated light source or dedicated source of power for that light that's independent from your phone, for example. Especially if your phone was a little bit lower than you would like, maybe 30%, and you gotta wait on hold for half an hour, and you don't want to lose your space, and there's no callback feature, yeah, and then a battery pack can keep that going for a bit, yeah, and you have a dedicated flashlight or headlamp within such system, yeah. Because I've realized that too, because I've seen that happen to a friend, where they had to wait on hold, and I left them with battery banks, so their battery going to go totally down, right? Because I think the last thing you want is to drop the call or something like that being on hold, especially if there's no callback feature, and you're gonna wait on hold for another half an hour again. Not the way I want to start things. Oh, Colin's there? Oh, well, Colin, you can join me. I sent there is a link in one of the chats we have. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, yeah. I saw that too. I saw that video too. Make sure I see that right away. Yeah, that's pretty so okay. Yeah, yeah. See that straight up right there. There's one reason right there. Of any reason, let's just say you're a family, younger family, right? There's a reason right there. So you can have hands free, see what you're doing, still be able to tend to a child or something along the lines of that. I mean, like, however amount you spend on that headlamp, whatever amount, right? Yeah, it'd be useful, and maybe less headache. A little bit more forethought because you'd be like, I'm kind of glad I decided to put this headlamp in. You're like, I should have the flashlight just in case, but I know who that is because I always sent this to like so many people.
How you doing, sir? Folks,
Good
how you
evening,
doing?
Colin. One screen, one screen. It's like, why can't I get out of the menu?
Sorry I was running late. I kind of took an impromptu nap after supper.
Oh,
We had
no.
a heavy supper, and it kind of took me out.
I see, I see. Yeah, Shawnee. Yeah,
Well, thanks for letting me know,
she just
Howie.
put a yeah, she just put out a video too.
So what are we working on here, CR?
Well, I'm relating in thing. The reason why I'm doing this with lights only, like traditionally I would have something more elaborate going, but it's because you know sometimes you gotta hunker down, and sometimes you'll be in the dark, and so sometimes it's nice to know how long things last. Because if you know how long things last, you can gauge it better. You kind of how far you can stretch it. Because if you think about it, right, if you only have so much power, you only have so much water, you kind of only use as much as you need to, right? You may maybe not quite ration it, but you may spur two in time, right? Because something happened, whatever it is, the road washed out, right? You still don't know, right? So you're playing it carefully. You'd be like, well, we know. For some reason, you got until the roads washed out, whatever, right? And you're just like, let's not consume this all at once. The road's washed out, it's still raining, or whatever the reason is, and you know, we might be on our own a little bit longer, right? So you might ration those consumables like fuel, water, food, for example, right? Depending on what's going on, right? You know, you might give more to one person or whatever, but you might ration it. So if you think about like that, knowing how long you can stretch it for would be nice to know. You know, like power, for example, right? Know how long you can go for with it, kind of
Well,
give or take.
well, don't forget if you got something like a solar battery or something like that for power for small things, you might
Yeah,
want to
that
consider
would
that.
supplement, right? But
Well,
let's
I've
just
got
say
one more
it's
thing I can
kind of
show you that would help too, but I'll wait for you to
okay. Go
finish
ahead.
saying what you're saying. So,
Well, because like I'm all for. See, there's one thing you'll realize about me is that I like the hybrid type approach, right? Option, diversifying it a little bit more, right? And you having options. When you have options, you can still pick something. If you only have one option, you only have one option, and it better darn work, right? Because that's the only option, right? But at least if you have more options, at least you can choose the better of the two or three or whatever, right? So, for example, you know, the power, right? You have a generator, or maybe you have a solar generator, maybe you have solar panels too, and maybe you have options, right?
here's
So,
an option
depending
for
on
you,
what's
CR.
yeah, go ahead.
Got
Yeah.
solar.
I
Got
just
the
showed one
crank.
earlier.
You got a rate. You
Mhm.
got communication, light. Light. Sorry, hold the wrong direction. But yeah, this got like multiple options, and also you could use it to charge your devices as well. So
Yeah. It would give you another option. I mean, obviously for something like that, you have to crank it for a little bit, obviously, but it's still an option. It's still an option. At least you're not totally without it. But
and you can also put charge it with batteries. There's the rechargeable one. I'm just
yeah.
considering replacing this one with a upgraded version. That way it'll last longer.
I
Yeah.
mean, if you think about it too, like it's something to just do too, right? I mean, like depending on the situation, and I'm talking more of a shelter in place situation. Because these storms, obviously, most of the time people shelter in place to a certain degree. So, because like these stories where you hear about life rafts or whatever, people stranded. I mean, a lot of them say they have to keep busy, just keep doing something, right? Because it's just like you gotta keep working on the situation
That'll keep you
for
busy.
what it is. Yeah, right. Okay, well, start hand cranking, right? You know,
It's
you
actually
got
fully
you.
charged.
No, I mean, let's say, oh, hey, okay, well, charge up your phone. Just keep cranking.
Yep.
Well,
That's if you
do
have one with
something.
a
Just
little
do something.
for
Well,
about
because boredom will set in, and eventually, you don't want to make poor choices, right? And you want to, in a situation like this, generally speaking, you want to be relatively proactive for what it is, right? Relatively proactive. You can, okay, this time around, okay, what are the first things I do? Something you planned ahead, for example, right? Okay, and you have options in place just in case, right? Not all your food's in a fridge. You diversify to something dry, for example, right? So you have options in there, right? You have something short term, you have something more long term if necessary, right? And then you can extend that out to like something that's been freeze dried, dehydrated, canned, or whatever, right?
So don't
And
forget
then
sun
go
dried.
for
Sun
yeah, yeah,
dried.
yeah, yeah. That too, right? You have options, so you could take like what a lot of people would say. You probably would want to consume your fresh food first in the fridge if you have something like that still in there, right? Because obviously it needs refrigeration. Yeah, stuff like that. Sorry, I get a notification. Sorry.
Well, composting has been around for centuries, Howie. You know that. He's talking about making soil from kitchen waste and things like that. So composting has been around.
All right, hold on. I got to reply to someone. Keep talking. I'll be right
That's
back.
okay. No, it's just I mean, I'm not as advanced as some people, but I do know a few things from listening to a lot of you guys. To be honest, I'm good with gear, but I know things. Not as much as some. The hobbies on the high end, and clips on the high end for container gardening, and everybody has their niche. But don't forget, just because you have a niche doesn't mean you can't go out your comfort zone to try to do things. I mean, I like finding things that are multiple uses, always. I got stuff for bugging in. I got stuff for bugging out. And don't forget.
And some things actually overlap on both, right? Because they can be carried on the way out while you do it. For example, like a flashlight or a headlamp. I mean, that might be just one of those things then. Because
book-wise, I mean, it also depends on if you're planning on farming a lot for your food, like Howie does, or you're planning on actually going hunting. I am a firm believer in bow hunting. Low cost.
Well, you know what? To be honest,
and the fact is, you're not going to overhunt what you're going after, because it's a little intensive to go do what you need to do. But don't always think, I got to get the big thing. Got to get the big deer.
Well, I think if anything, diversifying it, because because the nature of certain things sometimes. Certain things are in season, sometimes they're not in season, or you're there before it starts to harvest.
Right.
You can harvest before it fruits, right? So, like, if you think about like that diversifying it as much as possible, so you have different options. Some options might be better at certain times or certain situations.
Well, that's why
like the pros and cons might overlap each other, kind of, and balance themselves back out. Like if you picture like a circle with points regarding like certain criteria, right? And it extends all the way out to the edge of the circle if it's at max, and to the center if it's very narrow or a small amount of it. It's these charts you can see, right? And you're trying to fill up that circle all the way and overlap these circles. So like food, water, right? That makes any sense.
See, I'm going to give you a suggestion for you to think about. It's going to sound stupid, but a Brendan Fraser movie, Blast from the Past.
Yeah.
Have you seen that movie?
No, I have not.
Okay. It's about a family back in the 50s, 60s, who the father was a conspiracy theorist, so he built a bunker under his house without telling anybody. Mm-hmm. Then one day, when his wife's getting ready to give birth, they get air raid sirens. They go into the thing, and a plane crashes on their bunker, and they get stuck in there for 30 years. In that bunker, they had a hydroponics setup with fish. They had enough supplies for 30 years. And Brandon Fraser's character was born there, raised in there, coming to our Martin saying that part is a little out there. But the fact that what the dad did to survive down there for that long on the supplies he had.
I mean, I'll say this is a more extreme kind of.
Extreme kind of thing. He thought the
but
went off and all that stuff.
But yeah, it's nice to have things at home too, or ready in advance. As much as you can do for the budget and for all, because resources cost something. Unfortunately, you can't find everything for free. I tried. You can't find everything on the curb.
Hold that.
You can find a lot of things. Don't get me wrong, but you can't.
I'm good at finding things on the curb.
Well, okay, no, me too. But I'm still waiting to find that water ticket that hasn't showed up for me yet.
You tell me what to look for. I could probably find it.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I see a lot of things too. Don't get me wrong. I do see a lot of things. I mean, and different people see different resources out there, right?
Right.
It's all your point of view and your different environment that you're in, right? Doesn't matter if it's here or there.
Things differently also is another thing you should think about. Don't think that there's just a box. Take a look at the box,
No.
turn it over,
Think outside the box.
and turn around backwards and look between your legs. There you can see, different options. Like I was saying, this is one of my bows.
Yeah.
This is not just for hunting small game. Now to my newest acquisition, which I think I showed CR yesterday, or was it Friday, I believe.
Yeah.
I have options to go with this now. I can go fishing with this now. So I'm actually kind of happy about that. But not just small game, which I'm an advocate of over big game, because of the small game breed faster. My wife is raised rabbits growing up, so there's that option too. If you have a small farm that can, because it doesn't take much space to raise rabbits. Or in case of Deb's, she raises quail. This is different types of things. I mean, everybody has their things they can consider that most people might want to think outside the box for. I mean, I'm not sure what how much ground you have, or if you have any animals.
Well, I mean, like everyone out there, some people have in the preparedness community, some people have a little bit more. Some people are full-fledged homesteaders. Some people are apartment dwellers, right?
Yeah, you can do a lot with an apartment. Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, people have the space. It's just, are you willing to actually dedicate that space for certain things?
Yeah, I saw. Let's see. I think I met somebody about 5 years ago. I can't remember. They are no longer on Facebook. On here. They had a small apartment, but they did everything they could do on their balcony of their apartment, container garden style.
Okay.
And they grew some of the nicest tomatoes I've ever seen. So
cool.
Space is not always misconception, but the fact is, would I want to live there in a grid down situation? Oh, heck no. They were in the middle of a city. So
like I said, we all live in different places, right, with different locations, different climates, different weather patterns, and all this stuff, right? And this is why I come back to this.
Well, Howie. Howie's heading out.
No, I thought that said he'd be back, or he
says he's gonna he'll be back in 15.
Yeah, he'll be back in 15. Said see ya. I knew that they say like standard GN good night kind of or whatever. Yeah, because these storms, like for most areas, it'll eventually rain. Maybe it takes a little bit longer or whatever. Sometimes it's frozen white rain or just rain. See, I'm trying not to say the word because I don't want to jinx it because it hasn't happened.
Well, it depends on where you're located at, though.
Oh yeah, like I said.
Well, the reason I'm saying this is, like, say, if you're from the LA area, you necessarily don't want to harvest rain.
Well,
because of the
that would be you don't. That would be like your main. That would be your one primary option.
Right.
It'd be more last resort type of thing, right? There'll always be that thing that's like last resort. I'll never do that last resort. I will never do that last resort, right? That's the kind of thing, right? Because if you're dipping into that, it's like that means you don't have access to everything else.
Tools are something you can acquire along the way if you're lucky, or some people that are not like-minded. But I mean, I've got a lot of bow related stuff because I'm an archer traditionally, and I'm an instructor. Mm-hmm. That's my niche there. Plus, I'm also good at scrounging things, which is a really good.
Well, you could see. I mean, for me, and I've seen it with other people. Maybe I see it even differently, my perception on it, but I'm like, some things I can see potential. It just depends what the potential is and who needs it, or if you want the potential of said item. I'm willing to work at it to get it to work. Because sometimes you gotta fix something, repair, mend it, blah blah blah, right?
Right.
But I mean, if you could see a repair so fast, or it just needs a new bout. It's just, and you kind of think like that, and it actually works out like that. you'd be like, hey, look at that! Look, this resource is back in a useful state, not just like sitting out there in the environment, not helping anyone, and now it's been broken, so now no one will use it at all, because someone didn't repair it or keep it working.
Don't forget,
Especially if
friends
you
are
buy.
a resource too.
Well, if you think about it, if you only use something for that 1 year, you're not getting a lot of time out of it for the money that you initially put down. Let's just say $100 for something, and you only used it for that year. When other people can get 5 years out of it easily, you'd be like, is that really, worth the money that you put towards resource? Just because you didn't maintain it, right? Because if you think about it, if you can maintain something, you can keep it going for a little bit too, right? You can keep it going too. You don't always have to buy back something again because you're keeping something going, to keeping that resource going, which means even if you have money, you could still get it later. You still have an option later still, all right?
Hey, Randy, WSG.
At the point it's working. So Randy, I see you in there. I haven't seen him for a while.
I'm not familiar with him. Say hi.
I've known him. He's been around. He's been around on my channel for a bit. I saw. 2017, I think. Something along the lines of that. So. Yeah. So I've heard from him. So I've heard. So yeah, that's why, like I said, I'm just kind of sitting with solar lights actually right now. It's actually I wanted to see for myself. Like I've been using them for a while. It's actually kind of nice actually. I mean, power hasn't gone out because since I've started using this set, but I wouldn't even notice it at first. Well, actually I would because I'm online, but if I wasn't online, I wouldn't even notice it because it's.
Do you have what do you use for emergency lighting such as like say the transformer blows in your area or something like that?
Well, okay, let's hypothetically consider that, right? Because it's something that can happen to many people out there, one way or another, or indirectly, or to someone you, me, side chat, indirectly know, family, blah, 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 right? Because we all know people in different parts of the world, different areas, urban, rural, blah, 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 right? Some people off-grid more, blah, blah, and some people maybe not, right? So if you think about like that, something like this, eventually you may hear a story of it from someone, which is say soon, if not already, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because we've heard the stories, a friend, or we experienced it ourselves. So obviously it happens, or else no one would tell the story, right? No, we wouldn't never have the story. So let's say I think it's what you. To be honest, there's two scenarios I see coming. Regardless, it's either not happening at day or at night, when it's daylight or night. So if it happens during the day, right, obviously you can still see. If it happens at night, you're not gonna be able to see it right away. It'll be like pitch dark, like it is right now in North America. It's nighttime here, right? So if it happens, you'd notice it right away. Kind of deal, right? You would look outside. It's not just your house or your building or your apartment building, right? So you're not just checking the fuse, right? It's not just kind of localized. It's kind of a little bit more broad, expanded beyond your zone, right? Your immediate area, right? Maybe neighborhood or whatever, something like that, right? So, I mean, for me, I do run these solar lights, so they'd be on automatically, or I would already have them on. You know what I mean? Because the sensors are already, because it's dark out, for example, right? So I would notice them right away. You know what I mean?
Right.
And hopefully I would be in the same room as it, right? But I would use that first, right?
I go with a different route myself. I've got oil lamps that I use.
Don't get me wrong. I got better candles, but it's just like the solar lights.
I don't trust candles because they're not usually contained very well.
Like because I already got them running during the day, during the time. So they'd be running before it happened.
Right.
So so to be all real, I'd be using them in conjunction. Then I'd be like dipping into other things if I had to.
This is I like these.
Mm-hmm.
These are. This one here, it can go in a bracket on the wall, so you can hang it off the wall. You don't have to worry about holding on to it. Don't have to worry about it. And it could stand on, flat spot or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can go the even old school route. Those people who probably know this one better. Are these?
Yeah, the hurricane lamps and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a brand I can't remember of this style that even has a cook stove attachment, so you can cook on top of one of these.
Oh, that would be more options, a little bit more
versatility
in that way. Yeah, versatility in there, a little bit of versatility, right?
I believe.
Hopefully, all the pros would outweigh any of these minor cons. That for example, right? Because remembering that when you diversify, you're also, as much as the pros for everything there's cons for doing certain things or whatever. Okay, you need fuel, it uses this, you're gonna use it outside, and stuff like that. So when you have options, you can pick the best one at that time, and hopefully one would work. For some, I have the Solroids. If it wasn't sunny that night, I'm battery powered. Like rechargeable. Okay, that's out because I couldn't recharge them all for whatever reason. Now I got like disposable batteries, alkalines, that kind of stuff. Then kind of candles would be at the bottom. I mean, but all those would be consumable, right? If I consume it fast enough, or I can't replenish that resource back up, the energy back up. Well, they're just paperweight, right? Because I won't be able to use them, or else they won't give me functional light, or something more practical, right? Not just like this little, it's on, but it's like really, really dim. Not very functional, right? I can't really use that. It is on technically, but it's not really functional. Like a very small dim flame. I can barely see with it, right? It still counts, but it's not that functional compared to something you can actually get some stuff done if you had to. Patch a hole or something like that because there's a crack in your window. You know what I mean? Because you have something flew in or whatever, right? You got to patch it in, and
Lehman's is a really good place.
Yeah, because if you think about it, right, that would be nice to know that you can do that, right? Freak storm, windstorm, and just like the power's out, and now your window's busted or cracked or whatever. But you're in the dark, but you got some light, so you can actually see what you're doing at that time. So you don't get cut from the window, and can actually put the tape back on. It's like, okay, and fix what's going on until morning, right? Until you can actually inspect it during the day. You're just waiting for that storm to slow down, or wait till dawn, wait till morning, so you can safely go outside and take a look. You just put the tarp on with some tape, just a temporary fix, using those resources because you just happen to have them, right? I mean, tape and garbage bags, most people tend to have that, generally speaking, one way or another. So as long as you have it nearby and it's ready to go, yeah.
It's better to have it than not have it. And as the saying goes, one is none, two is one.
And especially if you diversify it, right?
Correct.
I know I keep coming back to that.
Versatility is key.
Because if you look at fire starting, I think a lot of the channels, especially the witchcrafting channels and such, right, have 3 ways to start fire. You always hear something like that, right? I always say diversify it so you have options in there that kind of overlap. I'm more of a fan, you have a flame source like matches later, right? You have something that generates sparks like a kerosene rod. And, you want to go like flint and steel, whatever, right? Then you have a heat source that's like a solar option, like a lens or something like that, or maybe you have something along the lines of that. Because
Fresnel lenses
overlap,
magnifying glasses.
So if you think about this, these pros and cons would overlap on these options. So because you're diversifying, like, okay, for example, a lighter, it's what matches brand. it's too cold for the lighter. Okay, but it's sunny out. Okay, well, I'll use the solar option, right?
Personal lenses, I've got one in my wallet.
I broke the
carry it
lighter.
everywhere I go.
The wind's not that bad, but it's a night. Okay, I'll use the ferrocene run, and I'll have to make a tinder bundle, but I have that option now, right? Solar options not on the table, right? Let's just say it's more windy out. You don't have a windproof lighter. You just have a normal lighter. Matches, they're not the stormproof type, so they're not that stay lit in the wind per se.
You can make that.
And
help that
let's say
along,
it's kind of
though,
more windy
PR.
for a ferrocene rod, right? You're having a hard time with the ferrocene rod, but it's sunny. Yet it's really windy. You might be able to get by with a lens, for example, right? So that choice, right?
Yep.
You need
Yeah,
that
they're
extra
making
wind,
chart
then
cloth
maybe
in
you have that.
advance.
You have that option too.
Making your own chart cloth in advance is a good option. The old standby of cotton balls with petroleum jelly.
Well, and setting and staging something like that in advance too, right? Especially if let's say if you're making set system or kit for something that will be outside or will be in the elements, right? That would be a good thing to have, right? Stage that in advance. It's nothing too complicated. People can relatively access something similar to that. Maybe if it's not cotton balls, maybe it's dryer lids or something like that, reusing an item like that. Right?
Q-tips.
If something like that, maybe you use a lot and you're just reusing that and you get that benefit of that resource still.
Okay, it's going to sound a little gross, though, CR.
Yeah.
Used Q-tips have earwax in them.
Well, depending on what you were using originally for, right? But yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're using them for the intended purpose for cleaning out your ears.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think about it, it's just like using the dryer lid, right? It's just like this resource that's kind of like afterthought about using it. Right?
I've tested the.
It feels like people dispose of it afterwards, but some people use it like the dryer lid for that reason, right?
Oh, I actually have an idea for you, CR.
And if you think about it, before you say anything, Colin, removing the dryer lid from a dryer is a good thing too.
I collect dryer lint too.
It removes any potential for fire hazard because the lid's not there. And, it makes everything.
You seal it in plastic bags or some sealed container after you collect it. That way, reducing the option of having an accidental spark or whatever go off, including static electricity. So that's what you might want to consider.
Well, that's what I mean about spark. There's sparks from a ferrocene rod or something like a flint. Then there's that's electrically generated. Like some of the lighters, like a bigger, will have that to spark it up.
It does work. I've tested it.
So, I mean, then there's pros and cons to that too. Remember, an electric spark one, it's easier to dry that out than a wheel. Because the wheel may take a little bit longer to dry up to get it back, right?
Right.
I've shown this before, like in water, it's just like a quick dunk. If a wheel-based one, you could dry it out longer. If one that has an electric spark, you might be able to get back like within seconds, right away, right? Again, the pros and cons, right? And these things overlap, diversify. So you might actually have, you have a wheel-based lighter, you have a spark-based lighter, you have ferrocene rod, you have that a way to do solar, for example, or if you want to be quick, you can have a bow drill set or fire piston. Actually, all those I always consider those as heat sources because they generate heat. Then you would be able to generate something blow it into flame because you're generating a coal or using charcoal all the time with it. Okay. And also, it's not a open flame or spark. That's why I kind of.
Well, this one here goes along your ferrocene rod option.
Yeah. Yeah.
For those people who don't know what this is one half of a pair of survival shoelaces, which you can keep them in your boots.
Yeah.
But I am going to try to do the option of replacing my drawstring in my hoodie to make this my drawstring for my hoodie.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it again, doing something like that is just like being proactive because, if you think about really, sometimes it's what you have on you at that time of something that happens, right? You might not always have access to all your gear. It's just the way it is because you physically are not there or at home all the time. It's just how it is, right? So, but the things you have on you might actually have on you when it happens. So it might give you something to work with, right? Options again, right? You're not up the creek without a paddle. You have something to work with, as minor as it is. Maybe a shoelace, whatever it is, right?
Oh man, I can't post my link.
Extra.
Did I post that
Oh,
link? I can't post my link because I'm not a moderator. Dang.
well,
Okay.
you know what that means. You know what that means.
Huh?
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I'm on the streamer site. Oh well, don't worry, call up. Oh,
I was going to post a link to Lehman's for those people who have not been there.
I almost like clicked the wrong thing. I was just like, oh my gosh, did I just?
Don't ban me.
No, I thought don't worry. I'm trying not to, by the way. It's just sometimes anyways. I was gonna say was I have the chat replay available anyway, so I can go back into it after.
Okay.
Because we're stuck on the StreamYard side. If I went into the YouTube app, I'd be able to add it right away.
Right. But Lehman's has got a lot of good things there. Running for the Amish, and they have a lot of off-grid options, like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I've been looking at some videos and some other things about stuff like that and understanding that too, right? Maybe even doing some of it. Maybe not all of it, but some of it anyways, right?
I actually got a question for you, CR.
Yeah.
Based on something you mentioned. Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I cannot see far away.
Huh?
As in, I'm nearsighted. As in, I can see up close.
I'm extremely nearsighted myself.
Yeah.
But if you are farsighted, and some people are the case, do not worry about your glasses. You have a far source with you at all times. You're a farsighted person. The lenses can be used to start fires.
Yes, it is absolutely possible. And the reason why it doesn't burn your retina is because the focal point is actually your eye is closer. So you'll never be in that hot focal point. There's a difference. That's why when you actually use it, you'll notice it's like you actually have to be like half a foot away. Because the focal point is like that far out.
Reading glasses.
But yes, it is possible. It's
any of your
possible.
Your pharmacies usually have those little rack of reading glasses. Those are all for people who are farsighted and can't see things, very well, but they make really good fire starters for the solar fire starters, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, for what it is, I mean, even just the knowledge itself, being understanding it is good, right? Even if you don't necessarily use it in a serious situation, knowing about it might be useful at least, right?
Knowledge is
there
power.
Might be that odd time where it's just like the situation, the resources come together, and this is only resource, and it's sunny out, but could happen. It's good to know. It's good to know, right?
Right.
Because obviously, depending on the situation, right? This is why I like to diversify. For a while now, I diversify like a fire kit into that because that seems to kind of overlap a lot of different scenarios, situations. Hot, cold, windy, wet, snowy. I mean, frozen rain or not. I almost said the word, but yeah, right? Because they overlap, and I get an option. Because I was looking at a lot of things out there, right? I mean, even people in Tennessee and stuff like that. I was hearing about people they were like handing out solar lights. To be honest, right?
Dollar Tree solar lights can be your friend, folks.
For what it is, right?
Yeah.
For what it is.
I've actually someone who actually what do they call it? They linked their the solar lights from Dollar Tree or something like that, really cheap lights, and they got enough to charge a small car battery.
Well, I mean, like I said, these solar lights, they give you that option. Obviously, if it's actually sunny out, you're gonna get the best out of it. And obviously, if it's cloudy and miserable, well, not so much, right? For what it is, but it's something that can keep going for a while, right? You know, it's kind of what it is. It's something more long term, but
Wind
it's not
turbines?
gonna be as bright. It's not. It's not gonna be as bright. A solar garden light's not gonna be as bright as a headlamp.
No. Well,
All right.
so don't forget wind turbines are an option. Even a small one
But yeah,
do
I mean,
a
but
lot.
I'm talking about like some of these stories I've been hearing about them not just dropping water, but solar lights because people don't want the lighting to see at night, just so they can use the washroom at night, right?
Right.
In a scenario like this, and some people are going through this or had gone through this, or maybe still going through this, right? So realizing a simple garden solar light. Now you can actually see what you're doing. Oh, I actually have to use the washroom at night. I can't just sit on the bed or just sit on the couch or sit at the table. I actually have to do stuff, you know. So it would be nice to know where you're going amongst some other things. I mean, obviously there's the other things, the sanitation, all that stuff, the water aspect of it too, right? That resource of it too, right? I mean, like don't get me wrong, I have things just in case. I mean, I'll only resort to it if it's absolutely necessary, obviously, right?
I've got a lot of
You
stuff
know,
just in case.
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't like using disposable plates or anything like that. I just have some from the past because I had them from the past, right? And now I just kind of reserve them just in case. If water's really that serious or scarce, I'll do it if absolutely necessary. But if I don't have to, I won't. Because it's a consumable. Both of them are, right? It's just I would have to weigh the odds. Whatever fair option there is, right? If it's raining, if I got lots of rain, I'm not that worried about the plates, the water
I
aspect
mean,
so much. Because I got
I'm sure if
I'll
you
be
had
having enough at that time.
you have water
But if
catchment
water's
systems, right?
really scarce, I'd be like, yeah, okay. It's more important. The water's more important to save. I'll
See,
try
do
to.
you have water catchment systems or no?
I still have it out. I mean, I'm still working on options for winter. It's kind of difficult here. It's kind of difficult. It's kind of difficult when it
As
gets
far as I
that
know,
cold.
the only one who's got it is Cliff. That I
No, I got something.
personally know.
No, I got something.
I don't. I mean, I've considered it, but I just haven't done anything with it yet. Because I mean, we haven't been here very long where we're living at now. So,
I see.
excuse me.
Let's see. What did Tuck say? Oh, okay. I had some of those. Yeah. There are two fairy lights that run on 2 batteries and they last for 3 months. If you only run them at night, decent. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It would help, right?
Right.
And that's on the low end of the scale nowadays, right? That's the low end of the scale. You put a little bit more sense into it. I mean, dollar sense into it, right? And you can get some a little bit better quality or whatever. You get better batteries. You can get something with longer life or stuff like that, right? And it's good to know that the X amount of dollars you paid for it, and oh hey, that'll buy me 6 hours on like a usable setting, right? It's not on the Firefly setting, on the lowest setting, right? Yeah. Oh, that's on medium or on high too, right? So I'd be able to, patch a roof because you got a leak now from debris falling or whatever, right? Something like that. You'd be able to at least see what you're doing, right?
Well, getting something like this Eaton, emergency radio flashlight battery thing.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, like I showed you earlier, this thing only has the internal battery in it. But you can
remember, there's pros and cons to that. Anything, like remember, anything in when you look at stuff like you prepare for in terms of the gear portion, right? There's always gonna be pros and cons to any of that stuff, right? A generator, you need fuel. Solar, well, it's gotta be sunny.
There's also
that
back
food, you know, the
that
beans and the, you
that
know, the
option
dry
too.
rice and beans. Oh yeah, they store a long time, but you need lots of water to rehydrate it to cook them. You know, versus something else, right? Something like freeze dried or something like that, or soup or something canned, right? A little less water in comparison.
Got a question for you, CR.
Yes.
It's something that I was discussing with Cliff on his channel yesterday. Have you ever heard of a wood gas generator?
Yeah, with gasifier.
Wood gasifier stove. Yep. You can also hook that up to a car as well.
Hmm.
There were plans in the around the World War II that the government was giving to people to convert vehicles to wood gasification.
Well, I mean, that's our option, right? I mean, because when you have options, you can dip into whatever options more suitable or available, right? It's just for the same reason why. What's the reason between two is one is none, right? That backup, the redundancy part of it, right, is so you have a backup option just in case one fails. I'm just expanding on that by diversifying it out a little, so it's slightly different for some reason, right? So, for example, instead of maybe carrying two knives, maybe it's a knife and a saw. Yeah, you're diversifying a little. No, because you're diversifying a little, you won't have two knives exactly, but you'll have two different options now, right? So something that you would have issues with the knife or took more energy or whatever, the saw makes it easier, right? So you'll pick the saw because you're gonna cut something to the dimension or you're making a shelter or whatever, right? You can cut it to dimension much easier because you have an option now. Versus if you carried two of the exact same thing. That makes sense. So you're diversifying it so you have more options, right? You lose that kind of parts of the redundancy, like because you don't actually have like a backup blade, right? But you have a backup, but it's a different type of tool. It's still a backup type of tool, I guess. If that makes any sense, right? For me, because let's say if I bug out, right, something along the lines of that, or dip into a bag or whatever, right, get a home bag or whatever, right. I may already have a tool in there, like a cutting tool. I might have something on my keys already. That's good enough, right? What I probably don't need is like a saw or something like that to help me during a situation like that. If that makes any sense, or like a can opener, right? I may need that, right? I don't need another blade on top of that. I already got two. I'm EDCing it, and it's all in my bag, for example, right? It should be good, right? What I probably need is more diversity in the option of that backup, that second one or that third one. If that makes any sense. You know what I mean, Colin? So
Mhm.
like in the wintertime, maybe solid actions are probably a little bit more beneficial than having a knife. For what it is. And just like diversify it, right? I mean, I don't always have all like even lighting, right? Sometimes I don't have the glow stick option, but I will have a candle and maybe a flashlight option of some sort. At least that much of it. So hopefully one or the other will work. Just choose the better option at that time, right? Wherever I am, right? Because in terms of preparedness part, I've actually taped both of them in advance, so it's like okay, this will work better in this case. For example, maybe it's a little windy and the candle's kind of hard, right? So I have a flashlight in that case, for example, right? Oh, it's calm out and I'm in the sun. Maybe I could dip into a candle, right? I'm staying awake, right? You know, once it gets, I blow out the candle, put it on the LED light or whatever, use the garden solar light, and go from there.
CR, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I find I just changed back to the headset. Why is it not going again?
You're getting really faint, and I know I'm hard of hearing, but it's making me hard to understand what you're saying.
Hold on. Let me. Oh, whatever. I'll just. I was using. See, now I'm back to my mic on the phone. I thought I was using the headset earlier because I'm trying to
Right.
charge my phone. whatever. I'll never understand it. Who's just using it? I don't know. Whatever. I
Now
thought
can
I was
hear you
hearing
fine,
it from
but-
no. Well, yeah, obviously because I'm using it. See, backup option. I have another option. See, this is my prime example, right? Because when you only have one, if it doesn't work, you're back to square. Well, I was going to say square one, but more like square zero, right? You don't have an option again, right?
When in doubt,
And
start
something,
over.
yeah, right. It just like, remember. I mean, there's a certain point, right? I mean, like maybe 4 or 5 is a little much at times, especially if you get well diverse backup options or different options you can go for with. For example, like let's say, hey, okay, let's talk about the water resource, right? Water's important, we all know that, right? Maybe you have something like a filter, purification tablets, and maybe a UV type of thing or whatever, right? That
I'm not
uses UV.
really
Well, okay. I'm just saying that as an example. I'm just saying that
UVs.
as
I'm
an
not
example.
really. I don't.
But
I mean,
I'm saying that as an example.
oh, true.
You know.
It's maybe an example, but I mean, I don't trust UV, to be honest.
So, and again,
Boiling
it
always
depends on the
works.
water source and all that stuff. But again, you have those options, right? They have their pros and cons, their time it takes, whatever, right? So, what purification tab would still take technically more time because they're not that fast in comparison to filtering when it drip in or a UV type of light, right? Because there's water purification tab would still take a certain period of time. You don't get them. It has to work its thing, right? Work its thing, whatever it is, right? It's like okay, this will handle the Giardia, the blah, 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 and all that stuff. It'll kill the bacteria, blah, 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 and all that stuff. Filters, filter this, right? Whatever works better at that time for you, right? And maybe, you got to get really desperate, you're going towards distillation with a bag. Hey, if you really need the water, I mean, it's not bad, right? Especially, you're getting some water, but it's not enough. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you have access to a resource, or something of a resource is provided, but it's not that much. You know what I mean? Like, and you want to just kind of add a little bit more, get more output out, right? Because you want not just have drinking water, but maybe have enough water for a coffee too, right? Because you realize, I have water I have water, but I should drink it and not just have the coffee, right? But if you can get more water from however, right, out of there, filter it back out, because you have a really good filter,
Somebody
something like that.
actually gave me an idea for collecting water when you don't have normal resources, but say you have power. And it's not something I didn't consider. And they actually use a Star Wars reference. I'm not sure how much you know about the original Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of farm did Luke live on? Do you know?
I'm trying to remember right now. But anyways, yeah, go on.
They collected water out of the air, like dehumidifiers.
You know what? There is that technology out there for collecting fog. I mean, that's area dependent, environmentally dependent, but if that option is available on the table and you have option for that resource, like the gear to acquire it,
yep,
that could be a game changer, right? You'd be like, you have another option in there if you think about it, right?
Yeah, look,
maybe
got it. And
like for
got
example, let's just say water, right? Maybe there's still some vegetation on, and you're in a transpiration bag. Like, obviously, you're not gonna get that much. We all know it. You don't get that much from it, but you don't have to go for it. You don't have to work hard for it, either, right? You don't have to expend so much energy, right? You can still filter it, and it's probably gonna be cleaner to start filtering with versus seawater, contaminated water that came in from like a storm, right?
That one you can just distill. You can distill water if you need to.
Yeah, that's stuff like that, right? I would consider that. I would be like considering that right away, right? Because that'd be like, you can only go so far without water, and if it's still hot out, you don't need that. And I mean, like, and remember, something just happened to your area, and the infrastructure itself is kind of compromised, right? Uncertainty, right? Being able to have something that's comes back gives you something. You might have to wait. It might be a little amount at a time, but it's slight progress in it, right? And of course, you can always scale it up if you could, right? Maybe you find one plant, maybe you find another plant, and you realize, oh, wait, and they're not poisonous, whatever, right? And you just happen to make more transpiration banks in time, right? Could supplement what you have, right? Or at least
there's solar
extend the
skills.
time
There's a whole
period,
bunch of different
extend the
ways.
period of time that the resource, right? Because food, water, and other consumables like fuel, not fuel. All right, they're consumables, right? As soon as you use them, you start consuming them down. If you don't replenish it, it's just like power. You will run out eventually, right? It's just a matter of time. You have to input it back in, right? Because you're using it, right? If you're like, it's just like the water, right? I mean, like, that's something serious too, right? You know, somebody, some people are getting like filters and stuff like that. Also, that would help. But like, this is something like, I found this plastic bag and it's still good and not rip, or maybe it was in your bag or something like that that you managed to flee with or whatever, right? I'd be concerned that right away. Like, it's because you don't actually, once it's on, it's sun, especially if it's sunny and warmer out. Well, it's gonna do its thing. I could just wait in the shade, do our tasks, right? Multitask like that and get something going, right? So it's creating through the transpiration process, for example, right? You know what I mean? Because I've seen the footage, right? There's a lot of destruction, but there is still some foliage out there. It's not like totally bare all the way down, right? There is still some plants every so often, right? So it's possible still to get water from that. I would, it depends on the plant, how big it is, right? You're not, but it'll be enough to kind of keep you going, especially if you have some already to start with. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because, like I said, it wouldn't be heavily contaminated groundwater that has stuff washing it from flooding and stuff like that. Because if you think about floodwater, you have no idea. Do you know what's in floodwater? You really don't know.
Anything and
It
everything.
could be anything. It could be anything, right? So
I mean, like the people
any
down
water,
in Western North Carolina,
transpiration
none of
water
their
is probably going to be
groundwater is
cleaner than that.
contaminated with from
Yeah.
farming waste to chemical waste to what, who knows what.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure transpiration water is probably going to be a little bit better to start with. Even run through your filter, right? Instead of putting necessarily that river water into your filter right away. You know what I mean? Because, and again, some of these filters, some of them last longer, but some of them actually have a shorter lifespan because they have activated carbon filters and all that stuff that kind of reduce the capacity overall, right? But if you put better water in, the filters don't last longer, or at least be able to sustain you longer, right? It won't get as clogged.
Sorry.
Because if you think about it, right, a water filter like that, you might be doing it for not just for yourself, a whole family, whatever it is. I don't care what type of water filter it is, right? Eventually, there's a point that it might get clogged, or you'll have to backwash it more frequently, right? But
you can also make your own filter in case that.
So like pre-filtering would help, right? Or getting cleaner water to start with would help, right? That way,
filtering
preserves the life of the filter, right? Especially, it's not your first rodeo using it. It's like, look at this. I've used it in the last 2 storms. I'm getting lots of use out of the resource, right? And it's just like, and it's helping me out in terms of the preparedness part. for example, right? If that makes any sense. Because you're factoring, you're trying to use the best water in terms of clarity as possible, right? It's just like some people wait for water to settle in a little depression, right? Let it settle and try to scoop out cleaner, relatively clearer water, right, to start with, and pre-filtering that and all that sort of stuff, right? Regardless if you want to go boil, filter, UV, purification tablets, couple drops of bleach per liter or whatever, right?
Right.
It
Hey,
still helps
CR,
to actually like pre-filter the water.
I'm not really feeling 100% right now, so please bear with me. I'm going to have to drop down, but
Hmm.
I'm going to probably fall into the chat though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having trouble with my eyes, so I'm trying to read the chat, and that's a little difficult. But I'll do my best to chime in a lot in the chat. But I will drop down, and I'll still be here, but I'll be in the chat because
Yeah, okay. I'll see you in the
right
side
now.
chat.
But thank you for allowing me to come up, sir. I really
Well, I
appreciate it.
appreciate it. It's about time that I invited Colin. He's invited me on his chats on Tuesdays, Thursday, whatever. So
Tuesdays and
time I do it.
Thursdays generally, but yes, this week
Yeah.
I was on Friday because I hadn't had internet for a while. But I've got so many ideas I could help you with. Just let me know.
Yeah, I know, because you went for 4 hours yesterday.
Oh no, you know the thing is, I actually helped Cliff go for 4 hours on his.
I was just, you know what? I came back just to check what you were saying. It's just like I just hear my name. It's just like, oh yeah, Sierra's going live tomorrow for this stream. This is the stream I was talking about, right?
Yeah, I went for another hour after you
You were
left
talking to
with
SD still.
SD.
You were talking
So,
to Scott still. I was just like, because I was just seeing what you could. I thought just seeing if you're ending it soon. I was just like, oh no, he's still going.
yep, we had a lot to say. We had a lot of good information. But I'm going to drop down. But I'm still here. But I'm just going to drop down. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to come up for what I did. I'm going to get my chat because I could see things a little bit better from there.
Yes.
See it downstairs, as the saying goes.
Yeah. I see you there. Oh, look at that! I'm getting fishy right here. What's up? Hi, Goldfish Office. Is 20 Man in here too? I'm sorry I missed you guys' stream last night. Sorry. I was so tired. I was so tired from doing like stuff during the day. Honestly, I did this like quick stream. Well, not on the YouTube side, but earlier in the day too. So hopefully you two are doing well. Always remembering you guys, the people out there. Hold on. Sorry. Gotta remember what I'm doing here. Alright. Yes. There's Toilet. Come on. Click. Come on. Let's try that again. Okay, let's try that. There we go. What's up, bro? How's it going, man? Virtual fist bump to you. How are things going? Hoping things are driving well. uh, sorry. My bad. I'm sorry to the people. Sorry. Hey, but I did see when you walked by the water goldfish office, right? I did see that video. I did see that people, and some of the people behind some of that stuff. The nature. I still remember that video now. The sounds, the boat on that lake, the sunset view, right? Oh yeah. Sorry. I just was just. It was like a day. I was picturing it in my head. I just drifted away on that one. Anyways, let's see where we are here. Yes, of course. Goldfish office. You like nature. You enjoy it too, right? In that same way, I enjoy it too. The gardening aspects of it too. I know I have our gardeners here on the side chat too, right? And there are people in different range of experience and like doing it, right? Some people do it more, some people do it less. Some people have done it more, some people are doing less now, depending on the situation. I know some people that live in an apartment that do it, but they couldn't do it this year because of something that happened, so they didn't do it so much this year. Kind of miss it. Their little their patio out on their deck, showing their gardening. I kind of miss that this year, but I realized they'll do another one next year, right? Okay. I gotta hold on. I gotta turn that off. All right. Oh, thanks. Go for his office. I bet you anything. I bet you 20 minutes like cooking right now. He's probably like, "Oh, Sierra, I'm grilling up this fillet, this steak. I get the barbecue sauce, the homemade barbecue sauce." I kind of remember that. Yeah. It's good to know that stuff too, right? It's good to know, you know, how to make something, right? Like I said, you can't buy it. You're not have to. You find it or make it yourself to a certain degree. So it's good to actually know how things are made because now you understand the resource. Honey, mmm, honey, honey. See, see what I mean? See what I mean? See what I mean? I didn't even know about it. I just totally assumed. I just right and understanding the people too, right? Understanding the people that you associate with, not only your own kind of community, but understanding other people too, right? That's important too. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, guess what? Guess what? By the way, you need to tell me. Wait, what? Oh, why isn't it copy and pasted? I'm gonna drop something in the side chat here. I'm gonna drop something in the side chat here. I thought I actually did. I thought I copied it, but whatever. Okay. Hold on here. Okay. What did that say? Wait. Now I feel like making something to eat since we are at your stream. Oh yeah, okay then. Well, you know what? Food is important, remember? The resource of food is important, right? I've been saying I had a snack before the stream, before I started. I will be eating after. I'm just waiting until after. I just don't want to get lethargic and full from eating and during the stream. That's why. That's my reasoning. I mean reasoning for it. Whoa, nice. Nice. You're going sideways. What? Anyways, okay. Let's see here. Only people I expect to see. Should be in there, right? Yeah, you can copy and paste that. I kind of like, you kind of notice the numbers at the end. You kind of notice that. I kind of noticed that too. Anyways, only people I expect, and I've seen before, by the way. I need to see you. Though, for just, you know how it is. Just the way it is. I don't care if you hide behind icon after. Just for how it is. And besides, I have this on subscriber only mode anyway, so. Although it doesn't really matter if I share something inside that. Sorry. While I wait, I have some different people joining me. And I appreciate the different people joining me because from different parts of the world, right? And maybe I'll get someone from here in Canada too. That'd be nice too, or somewhere in Europe, right? Because remembering that it's different, right? Different places have different things, different environment, right? And do things in a certain way to be ready, whatever it is, right? Oh, let me just skim. Let me check something here. Okay, I need to try this again. Put it on back on my headset. Let's see. You guys gotta give me I'm gonna put it on first. Okay. I don't know, you guys said something earlier about what? And here we go. Yep, I knew it. Look,
You knew what?
what's up, bro? How's it going, man?
What's going on, Sierra?
This
How's
is
it going,
Toy
buddy?
Man. I'm sorry, I did not catch you guys' live stream last night. I got
Oh, that's
sick,
all
so-
right. Well, I'm sure Fishy's going to
Yeah.
be right along very shortly.
It's like, look who's swimming up. Ah!
Told you.
Is it serious? Is it seriously? Or is it actually still it's someone else? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second. Okay. I just had to be sure. Okay. Look who it is, everyone. Oh, sorry, I'm just reading the screen to see what it says because I haven't streamed for a while. I'm just like, it says Go Fish Office authenticated with YouTube. I'm pretty sure that's her. So what's that her? And
Yeah, it's not me at all, for sure.
no, I know people get burned, and I want this stream to actually go well. So I know better.
I can't make up who I am.
Oh,
Where we go?
wait a second, that hat's fake. That's such a fake hat on that fish.
Yeah, you like that?
Anyways, I'm gonna allow you two to talk about food.
Well, you always
Food.
like to talk about food, don't we?
Yeah. I'm gonna let you guys talk about food. Okay, everyone, you heard me right. I'm gonna let them talk about food. Are you sure, Sarah? Yes, I'm sure. Are you really
Yeah.
sure? Yes, I'm sure. Why would I
So
say
Ron,
so?
did he authenticate you too?
No, I didn't actually see what it said up for him, but when I was looking for your address, I saw it.
No, he just clicked me up.
I already saw it. Yeah, I already saw it. That's why.
Yeah, and he's like, "Is that really her?" I'm like, "I have my stupid camera on. I hope he knows it's me." Jeez.
I just wanted to see this like little clip of a smile. It's like, okay. I just wanted to see that for you know, the people thing, right? Like I said, the people thing, right?
Right.
Like I said, you know, I'm not always there for everyone, right? I'm not always there for you guys to stream, and sometimes I'm kind of more busy at times, right? But as people, I always try to come back, especially if it's something I really want to watch or it's something really important. I'll be there, right? I'll give you like, you know. Of course, Go Fishing Off. Ron, remember Bone Yankee, right? You know, something like that.
Mhm.
I'm coming back right away, right? Because the people are important in that, right?
Yeah,
Every time I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't there. I missed this video, I missed this. I'm like, but I'll watch
More
that.
apologies again.
No, but I'm saying.
We're gonna have to go down to where he is and give him a slap. You know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, he might enjoy it.
Ow! Why are you slapping? No, slapping the sense into me.
Yeah.
Ron, he might like it. Careful.
Hey, Ron, just don't slap me with a toonie in your hand. It's like just like this mark. I left my mark on you. I slapped some sense into CR. No, I'm just kidding.
It's kind of creepy.
I was just kidding.
He's just having baby goats. He's kidding.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I see.
Bah.
So I want to ask you since, because I know for sure for you guys, but how's the weather out east?
How's the weather?
Yeah. Well, obviously you guys are out east. Well, you're back in the U.S., aren't you? Go fish.
Yeah, I'm in the USA.
Yeah, she's back at home, right?
It was
Yeah.
up to 80 degrees Fahrenheit here today. It was beautiful.
Shut the front door. No, I mean,
Yeah, it was later in some
I can shut this door.
but yeah,
Why,
but
are you getting snow up there already?
no, but I've seen below freezing. It's just like that's why it's just like because I've heard Goldfish Office from your state that it gets cold there, or it can get cold.
It gets
right?
cold at some point. Last year,
I
apparently.
think that,
But
yeah, that's why I was just like, what? It's like
it was really nice.
27 Celsius there. I'm like, but you said 80, right? You said 80 Fahrenheit. Yeah,
It's
so,
like
yeah.
over 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So whatever.
Yeah,
that
that's
would be
20,
Celsius.
27 Celsius. By the way, where I'm seeing like below freezing at night. So yeah,
It
that's
will
big
be.
different.
I have to look at my phone, I guess, to see what. It's probably gonna freeze tonight, but it got really nice and warm tonight or today during the day.
Yeah,
It was very nice.
that's some heat.
Hey, I'm not in Canada, but I got my Canadian shirt on. Canada. I want to.
Ron, did
Ron,
Ron give you that? You know what's kind of funny? How it's that nah in the center.
Nah. Canada. Nah.
It sounds salty.
Nah. It's salty, yeah, and it is salt.
Yeah, all right. Hey, remember I once told this important too, right? There's right, like Ron, right? You make these barbecue sauce. There's some salt in there, right? I haven't
Yeah,
seen
there's salt. There's like a
Yeah,
teaspoon of it or something in there.
yeah, all right.
Yeah.
You know, if you think about it, right? Even that kind of resource is important to us. We kind of forget about it until we really
You can
need
put sea salt, Himalayan salt, canning salt, kosher salt, whatever kind of salt you want, mineral salt.
Well, if you look at like something like nuts, sunflowers, or anything like that that gets roasted,
Sunflowers and nuts.
Okay, you know what I mean. Like there's a brine, right? So usually there's a no, but you know what I mean. It's like a seasoning solution or whatever brine that they use, right? So usually there's salt in there. So you know all this other stuff.
Well, it's 78 degrees in Ohio. It's supposed to be in the 70s all week long.
Yeah, see, it's warm there too.
There you go. We're just across the lake from each other. There,
I didn't
Ohio.
realize it was so much different out east. I haven't actually paid attention to that a little bit, but I was just like, really? I didn't. Because I swear it's. I mean,
We're sitting at 62 degrees Fahrenheit here, where I am.
what?
Yeah,
I can't believe it's so different. I mean, like I know it's different around the world, but
It must be really cold where CR is, huh?
No. I'm not saying it's like freezing, but it's just like I didn't realize it was that warm. Like, and we're talking about like right now too, right? It's at night too, right? Remember, we're talking about nighttime temperature. You know.
Well, it is nighttime. It's 62 degrees here at night.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like no, because you think about it, I would consider that almost like summertime overnight temperature, right? Something along the lines of that, right? So that's really warm, at least for me, right? You know, if I was over there right now, I'd be like, man, it's so warm.
It's 70 degrees Fahrenheit right now here where I'm at.
Oh,
Hey, Ron, can you hold my jacket? It's too warm. It's like, whoo, it's so warm over here.
Oh, let's see. It's Grand Prairie's at 27 degrees Fahrenheit. They're freezing.
It's gonna hit 82 for a high tomorrow.
Yeah. Because I know there's this trend that's coming, like this cool trend, because I see it in the forecast.
Oh no! Looks like it's gonna rain multiple days when you're down here.
Actually, no, it's not going to rain when I'm down there.
That's what it says. We haven't had rain in weeks, and now it's gonna rain all week.
It's not going to rain. I told cold weather to stay north, and
depending what we're doing, and maybe it won't matter.
The cold weather is going to hang around Alberta for a while.
Like you said, it's colder. It's colder out west, technically, because it clearly is. Because it's just there's like a big difference. I didn't realize it was that big for that long a period of time, especially right now at night. You know, it's like spring, summer, early summer weather out east, and it's just like it's already fall and winter at night out here. I got, I know. I'm ready to go outside right now and see my breath.
I'll be in the U.S. for Halloween, so you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That'll be good. That'll be cool. Safe travels, Ron. Enjoy the trip.
Yeah, he'll be here from the 25th through November 3rd, so he'll be going over the 31st here. Yes.
And then I'll be going back down 2 weeks over the Christmas, New Year holidays.
I see. I see. Well, you know what? If you're gonna be, I keep forgetting, daylight saving time is at that time. It's right after Halloween. It's that weekend.
Oh, is it after Halloween?
Yeah, it is. It's that first Sunday after Halloween. So that'll be, yeah. Just one of those things.
Oh, you're fuzzy. Oh, now you're not.
Who's fuzzy?
You.
Yeah, I know I got to shave.
I meant blurry.
Oh.
Your camera was blurry.
Well,
You know what, Ron? That the lights are so bright it looks like daytime. It's like it almost looks like daytime.
It does look like it's daytime where you're at.
It does kind of look like it's like daytime, right? I know it's.
But you can see out the window. It's darker than dark.
Yeah, like it actually looks like sunlight. Like, man, that's great. It brings out your eyes, Ron. Yeah,
brings out your eyes.
That's what I'm assuming. That's why he asked it.
You can't see my eyes now.
No, but we see something sticking out of your mouth.
So
it's like a stick in your mouth.
Courtesy of my native brothers. Okay.
So, Ron, are you when you're driving, right? I'm assuming you're driving down to the U.S.
Yeah, I'm driving in my car.
Yeah. No way.
Let me ask you, Ron, when you go for these trips, roughly how long does it take?
13 and a half hours, depending on traffic.
So, and during this travel, right, you bring stuff along with you to help you along. Let's say some extra snacks, a lot of water, something along the lines of that.
Fries,
you do that,
food.
Right? Well, okay, so that's why I'm bringing up the food.
Well, I'll stop for coffee here and there, but
yeah.
Basically, we'll drive straight through.
Are you gonna eat some chips? What are you gonna eat?
Oh, I don't know. Probably munch on something.
Something.
Yeah, you'll have something with you, but it's still one of those things you still have, right?
Ooh, really eat his hand.
I gotta stop for fuel here and there, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Ron, you gonna get some boogies and eat your boogies? Give you some extra sodium.
Go fish office. I don't want to know what you ate
I'll stop in
beforehand.
Portage, Indiana, and grab a coffee, and then
coffee.
That'll take me to my next fuel stop, which is when I get into Madison, Wisconsin.
I see. So, okay.
All I need to stop for fuel twice. That's it.
Yeah. So, and then the thing is, now since you've done this, you actually kind of know the route too, right? You just kind of know it.
Oh yeah, I just roll. Just run down the 402 to cross over in Port Huron, Michigan, that area there from Sarnia. Get on I-69, run down 69 to 94, 94 to 294, 294 to 290, from 290 to 90.
Yeah, so you've mentally even planned it out because you've done this before, right?
Well, yeah, I'll bypass Chicago basically.
Yeah.
Or if I feel adventurous like I did last time, which added an extra hour to my trip, so I went downtown Chicago.
I'm almost remembering the stories now that you've told me over on your channel. I'm starting to remember some.
And of course, on the way back, yeah. I missed my turn and wound up in downtown in Chicago in rush hour traffic.
Yeah. And it's like, hey, go fish. I might be a little bit late. Why? I'm in Chicago. Why are you in Chicago? I kind of missed the turn off. I'll be stuck in traffic. Give me an hour. Make it 2. I'll be honest. but yeah. But of course, it's one of those things, right? You guys are in communication during that time.
Yeah.
Because you're on the road. Yeah, and something like that is important, right? And let's remember that, right?
Well, I'm going to run the toll roads because it takes hours off my drive time.
Yeah, he tried avoiding toll roads and found out it adds a couple hours to his trip.
Mhm.
So
And of course,
spending a couple hours is worth it.
Yeah, and that's all factored in when you leave and all that stuff. So, the fish office knows when you're.
Well, I have an account with the Illinois toll.
Illinois.
I call it Illinois because there's an S on the end of it.
It's silent for some reason. You're not supposed to say it.
I don't care.
Illinois.
I don't care.
It's kind of like saying Des Moines, Iowa. You don't say it that way. You say Des Moines. It's not Des Moines. But you say that correct, I believe.
But Des Moines, I used to go there all the time.
So it's no different than Illinois.
You know what's funny? Someone in the chat is from the Des Moines area. Hey? I've actually been learning and educating myself about U.S.
Well, I'll be taking Fishy down to the I-80 truck stop, which is in Iowa.
Really?
The world's largest, right?
I didn't realize you guys were coming out west. A little more out west. I never. Well, you know what I mean.
Well, I-80 truck stop is North America's largest truck stop.
Okay.
It's the largest one. We're gonna go there. It looked really cool. I mean, it's huge too. They have even have dentists there and everything for the truck drivers.
Okay, picture this, CR. It's got parking for 900 trucks and parking for 250 cars.
And they have actual like semis and everything inside the building. So it's got to be a gigantic building to have all this restaurants and whatever else they got going on there. Yeah. What was it? 20 different.
I gotta ask you something because what's that white thing behind you that on your right side? I think. Yeah. That.
Right there?
Yeah.
It's a polar bear from Canada.
I want to see that. I want to see that randomly. Because I was just like, I like, is that a stuffed bear? Is that a polar bear? She's wearing that Canadian shirt. Maybe it is, but I should ask and not assume.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, Ron got it. That night.
Really? Oh, the last time. Probably you guys saw each other. Oh.
It's my little cuddle buddy.
Yeah, she's got a Niagara Falls t-shirt too as well.
Now he's upside down, see?
Hey, put him behind the door.
I didn't clean up my background. CR, I didn't clean up my background at all because I didn't know I was going on panel. As soon as you put that link in the chat, Ron's like, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
I didn't. You guys didn't even say anything in the chat. All I see is like ding, 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 ding. I'm like, well, that's wrong.
Which is
that's
fine. But, I mean, I can't be up here too long because I gotta go to bed here shortly because I gotta get up for work.
Yeah,
I was going to go to bed here shortly.
Yeah, I got 3 days of work left, and then it's time for me to hit the road.
Well, it is later technically. Remember, I live out west, so it's still earlier out west. That's why I started to stream earlier. Actually, I was actually considering on starting even earlier, but
I don't know. You've been streaming for a while. I'm looking at you. Look, see her.
I know, right? I'm just like, I'm actually go. Yeah, I got.
Like, you don't see him at all, and then he just goes forever. You know, it's like, where's CR? And then, oh, there he is. Oh my! 3 hours later.
Well, I mean, sometimes, like I said, I
try to schedule it. When I
schedule in this, when I get some time. Reconnect with some of you too, right? Well, because like I said, you guys are important too. It's nice to know. Something happens, I'll be like, yeah.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. They've been through worse or something like that. I guess I have faith in Goldfish Office, or it's maybe because she has that ability. Doesn't that say faith? I thought that said faith. Doesn't it say faith?
Oh, the pillow? Yes,
Yeah.
faith.
Okay.
We
kinda
should
see-
all have faith, in our life.
Or as Go Fish Office says, look for the positive. That's what you say, right? If I remember right.
What?
I don't know what you said.
No, I was about to say, I must be wrong because she's not saying anything. No, about
I
looking for the
just-
positive. Looking for the positive.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Because when you were just speaking, it just got smushed into. I'm not sure what you said. Even Ron couldn't hear you. But yeah, it's look for the positives. I think is what I say, right? Even if they're
Yeah.
small, each and every day. Yeah, because we get choice in what we look at. We could look for the negatives, or we could look for the positives. Not saying you're not gonna have bad days still, and don't make. I mean, there's going to be times
No,
too
yeah,
sad.
well, yeah, it's still gonna be what it is, but
You don't want to make.
Okay, maybe it's not as bad as it seems. It's bad, but it's not as bad as it seems. There's still some.
It's just
Still
in the
lying.
normal days, we can either look at the negative things and think the negative things, or we can choose to think positive. But that doesn't make you need to make fake positives out of bad things. Like me being with my ex, there's no way I could have thought, oh, this is great, and it wasn't. You don't want to do that because then you're harming yourself.
Oh,
You got to fly away.
Some people just don't agree with every other person. Some people just don't get along. That's just how it is.
And I'm going to bring down some exclusive Canadian chocolate for Fishy. That she can't.
Exclusive, huh?
Oh.
Like arrow bars.
Oh.
Coffee Chris.
Oh, now I got a phone call.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's that. That must be that side. She's getting that phone call.
It's her other boyfriend.
I was looking at your hands. It's like, is he texting like in the back? It was like, no, that's secretly me. No. But
yeah, no, I got to bring down some arrow bars for her and some other stuff. So
that's nice.
There's a care package coming from JoJo.
Oh, okay.
That I got to take down.
Well, that's always, it's always nice to be appreciated, and oh, you came with gifts. Oh, offering something to other people, right?
Yeah.
Share the resource, or in this case, candy. There's something about that. There's something about that. At times you take for granted. At times when getting a gift or whatever, right? Because it's like no one really has to give anyone anything, really. Really, everyone can be hawking or everything, but people choose to give something.
Yeah.
Their things away, their resources, whatever it is, right? It's always nice, right? I always appreciate it. When someone hands you something, and maybe they say something, oh, it doesn't fit me, here you go, right? Or I got two, I'm getting a new one, and you can have this one, or something like that. There's something about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, well, maybe not basically with you, Ron, or anyone, but maybe it's something like, you still have to pay for this, but here's a car, right, or something like that. You feel like, oh, right, and you just realize,
Yeah. So when I get done and work Thursday morning, I'll come home and sleep. I'll be leaving Thursday night because I'm going to actually drive all night long.
Well, make sure you get some good rest.
Yeah,
right?
and the reason why I'd rather drive at night going down through Chicago, less traffic.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, if you don't see any lights anywhere around, and it's kind of relatively empty, you can just relax, and you don't even you can just cruise, right? It's more relaxing.
Just hit the cruise control and sail right on down.
Yeah.
Away you go.
Yeah, just get some rest before you hit the road, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if I get tired, I'll stop off at the rest area for a couple hours, get a couple hours snooze, and then continue on. Yeah. No big deal.
Exactly. Yeah.
So.
Of course, right? I think
Well, I am a truck driver. So I am used to driving long distance.
Oh yeah, I guess you have that kind of experience in doing that, right? So
yeah.
You know your limitations. So it's like, I know you pull over.
Well,
and that's good to know. That's good to know.
When I was trucking CR over there in the wintertime, I'd have my window cracked all the way open.
And no, because it's just
And I'm
like,
getting, I kind of feel like I'm getting tired, and I just stick my head out the window and have the cold air, and that'll wake you up.
yeah, But you knew kind of your upper limit on terms of, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I should get a couple of Z's here. It's not cutting it anymore. But yeah, that's good to know, right? Because then you just know, right? So if you're coming up to that point, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Because yeah, there's something important about that. Just being able to know.
You just have to keep the inside of the vehicle at the right temperature where it doesn't make you sleepy.
Yeah, because there's a certain point you could be. If you're really warm, you'll get kind of really comfortable and cozy, right? When you're just slightly cool, you're alert still, right?
Oh, like I said, even in the wintertime when I'm driving my truck doing local deliveries, my window is down.
Yeah, I mean,
You know.
because I've heard stories like for people that have to stay in vehicles for whatever, right? They, enough to like, because it does happen, unfortunately, right? I mean, the U.S. and all that stuff here in Canada too, right? It happens. Well, probably in our places in the world that's still that it gets cold, right? And realizing that you
Yeah.
gotta do something about it, right? And
Yeah.
understanding that conditioning about like realizing, you just want to cut the edge, but if you get too warm, you don't want to sleep, right? You're just trying to
Right.
stay alert, right? Just stay alert, right? So a little bit cooler isn't so bad. Stay alert, right? Not so warm that it's like, oh, it's like I'm in a sauna, right? That's probably not the way to go. You'll get ready to relax. It's just like, oh. And then you'll be like, oh, it's really freezing cold later, right? Just enough to kind of stay awake. Just like how you stay awake, just enough to stay awake, right? But you also, like I said, you realize your upper limit is just like, okay, it's been X amount of hours, 10, 12, whatever hours. Maybe, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Because you know better, you've experienced this. It's like, maybe you've had close calls. It's just like, okay, let's not do that again. That was a little close call. I don't know. Maybe you say you drive trucks, right? Maybe you've heard our stories from our drivers, our people that kind of, I kind of dozed off at the wheel. I thought I could, pull another hour before the rest stop, right, or something like that. I don't know if you heard stories like that. I'm actually kind of curious if you actually heard stories like that where people.
Yeah, I like it when some drivers say, "Yeah, I fell asleep at the wheel," and you're still alive. Okay.
Well, it seems like for
Normally,
everybody it
when
was like half a second.
somebody's falling asleep at the wheel, they go right to the ditch.
Yeah.
and,
And they realize
and,
it's like,
and they're taking somebody else with them.
and they realize it's like, whoa, that was closer than I thought. Maybe let's not do that. Well, because your heart rate would race back up, right? And your awareness would come back, but obviously something's already happened. Yeah, you're already sliding off the road, right?
That's why when I do my fuel stops, I stop fuel. I'll be there for about 10, 15 minutes at my stop, walk around.
Yeah, exactly, right. I think that's why when you,
I'm gonna,
no matter,
take a break.
Yeah, because
then
you got
back
cramps
on the
in
road.
your legs from driving too, right? You've been sitting in position for a while. It's good to stretch, right? It's good to stretch. I mean, if anything, you're taking breaks just for that reason, just to stretch, because you can only drive so long for so many hours, or sit in the passenger side, or sit down in that position for so long.
Yeah.
Eventually you gotta get out and stretch your back. It's like 6 hours later, it's like, you stretch. It's just like,
Yeah, it's
20 minutes of
only
stretch.
the mileage is a little over 1,300 kilometers.
Is it okay?
Yeah, that's one way.
Mm-hmm. I see.
And that's basically two fuel stops.
I see.
My car's of course the car that I drive, that 300, is really good on fuel, so I can go quite a ways.
I see.
So I get about probably around 680 kilometers out of a tank of fuel.
Yeah, so not only have you done your research, you kind of even done it, right? You've experienced it, so you kind of know what to expect out of this. You know,
On average round trip, money wise, for fuel, be about $250 round trip.
yeah. So kind of like, okay, well, I got to make sure I have this much funds in for. Well, regardless of you're doing cash, debit, whatever, right? You still need the funds for the fuel, right? So it doesn't matter if you have cash or not, but because I've already spoken to. Remember, Rod? I've spoken to you when Roger went down here, right? And I've mentioned your story briefly on the video I did on it, where that cash aspect did help you in that case. If I remember right, because I spoke to you briefly about that, right? But you still need the funds for the cash, right? You got to make sure it's there, right? Either it's cash or it's in your account. You double check, right? Because you don't want to be on the road with no funds,
Right.
right? Because you can't get gas. It's like, I don't know how this happened, right? You're calling someone else. Goldfish, I don't know how this happened. Because unfortunate things happen, right? It's just like, it ruins it, right? It just kind of ruins that kind of the relaxing road trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I've seen it happen before. It's like,
I'll be back in a minute. I gotta use the little boy's room.
this room.
I'll be right back.
I know. I've been talking about water, and I almost feel like I need to too. Almost. Amongst M.O.R.E things. Yeah. Actually. Oh my god. Especially since I actually don't have to do something for tomorrow. I have time for tonight. This time around. I have some time, and that's why I'm doing a longer stream. I have some time. And besides, I didn't actually use the full 2 hours on my last live stream, so I only went for an hour, so I could have extra time. So I'm probably only at like 9 hours on the stream or side anyways. And I could use their services of one stream anyways. So. Come back. I mean, take your time. One by soon. Yes, really. You can actually hear him. I don't mean to eavesdrop, but if you talk loud enough, No. Yeah, see, I'm actually heating up some water, because I love the value of having food. Looks like I still got people hanging in there with me. I appreciate everyone dropping by. Just put the 5 in the chat. Give or take.
There we go.
Remember interacting in the side chat. YouTube likes it whenever we interact.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back, Ron. I'm actually making a drink for myself right now. Just heating up the water. It's nice. Nice warm brew.
And Fox at Outdoors is still listening.
Oh, he's still listening? He's still back? Oh, yeah. Still listening. Yeah. I mean, Ron, you'll understand from our channel side, Peter on, and other people will see it. I always engage in the side chat. Because I know that interaction, YouTube actually likes that interaction.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right, and stuff like that, because the people are actually interacting with each other. That's why I'm always.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, I had a phone call.
That's okay.
Welcome
All
back.
right. Well, I think we're going to take off, CR, because Fishy's got to get to bed, and I'm going to be going to sleep very shortly myself.
Yeah, I do need to go sleepy here soon. I do work in the morning, so.
Yeah.
Well, you got to do what you have to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And good for you if you keep going there, CR. Fox it out.
We'll see how. Remember, I live out west, so it's still not that.
Foxy here is still listening.
Yeah.
So, anyways, thanks for letting me come up I mean, I know you had to make sure I was the right fishy, but I'm the right.
No. I just want to see the grin on your face. It's just like, oh yeah, that's better.
Okay.
All right, Sierra, everybody in the chat,
Take
you
care.
all have a good, you have a good night, and we'll catch you all later.
Sounds
Yes. And when you have time, come watch my stuff. Helps me out.
Yay.
JoJo's been on a record of trying to, like, she's running my videos like non-stop, and we're getting closer to that 3,000. So
There we go.
Ooh.
if one or two other people can help, I'll get there in no time. All right.
All right, later.
All right. Good night, Sierra. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, that's nice to put on visual. It's been a while since I talked to them personally. I've actually talked to them in the backstage before. They've been on my live streams before, and I've seen them on their live streams. So, those people out there, people that keep me going, amongst other things that keep me going, like coffee, for example, that keep me going. I'm not sure how long I'll actually go for. No, I'll go for a little bit longer at least. See, one of my lights is finally. I got 3.5 hours out of this light. It wasn't even fully charged. One of the LED lights that I was showing you earlier. Sorry, my phone's on the table, so I don't have any tripod right now. But when the lights died, so now I kind of know. Okay, I can get at least 3.5 hours out of it. That's pretty good, actually. That's not so bad, and that's bright enough to actually see what I'm doing for what it is. And it's not even the biggest carry bank I have, too. Now I'm gonna check the other one. I have her see where the indicators are. Oh yeah, it still says like above 80, above 75, right? More than 3 bars. It still says the full bars, but I know it's used power. So, it's probably in that 95, 90% range. It's not so bad. Although I haven't used it as long as the other one. So I'm actually trying these out. Amongst some other things, I mean, run some solar lights here. You guys are still both fake. I'm just making something on the side. Doing some other things. Like I said earlier, I gotta shake these seeds. Look at them. I like the smell. Is it weird to smell seeds? Nah, right? I'm not the only one to smell seeds, right? I like to interact with it, just smell it, see it, maybe even hear it to kind of sense it, that resource more than what it gives to me, or what could it give to me. Actually, to be honest, see, I'll actually break one open. You put one here. You probably can hear it. Well, good thing I decided to open this one because there's nothing in this one. Let me try and nurse it. There, okay. I don't know if you heard that. Because I haven't roasted these, so they don't make that crispy sound yet. But obviously, a roasted seed like a sunflower would be better, but fresh one's not so bad too. I mean, I've already tried microgreens and all that stuff of it. I kind of like it. Water heat up here. So I guess on the back half of this stream here, I actually do stuff, and I just talk about it. I don't know how much longer I'll go for. I don't know, half an hour, an hour. I don't know. I'll go to at least half an hour. Maybe I'll go till that 4.5 hour mark. We'll see. If someone joins me, then maybe it'll change. Maybe it will change. In the meantime, this is what I'll do. In the meantime, that's what I'll do. Empty out my reusable coffee filter here. I actually stopped using I like drip coffee or filter coffee over drip coffee or percolated coffee with percolator. Yes. I've just been using this for a while now. Actually, I kind of like it. Very simple. Just heat up water and put it in. That's all I have to do. So as long as I can heat out that water, I'll be good. I'll be good. I'll be good. I'll be good to go. So I have the coffee grounds somewhere else right now. I had, and I'll actually do something with that resource. And I actually have been doing stuff with that resource. Because it's a very common resource. Coffee grounds are actually a very common resource if you think of it. A lot of places, coffee grounds are like, after they're spent, they get tossed. I mean, yeah, you can compost them and chop and drop them and all that stuff. There's 3 other things you can try to do with them. Alright. I've been thinking of other ways of utilizing that resource, right? Because that resource has potential. It has certain characteristics or qualities or characteristics of it, right? It's just like how metal generally is something shiny, heavy, durable. It has characteristics like that. Then, for example, coffee grounds, right? They're dark. They've been roasted, right? They have some nutritional value back in the soil if you want to do that, right? So there's benefits to it. You just simply have to apply it, or in this case, maybe chop and drop it or something like that. I mean, these coffee grounds that I have right here, I actually have to on them. Let me just show you this. I might be kidding. I have them right here, right? I'm gonna do something with these after the fact. I just had to like empty out my coffee filter, the filter I had for it. Let me get some of that out. Use it here. So yeah, I've actually used them before, even in the winter actually. I've actually poured them out onto white, frozen white rain. See, I'm trying to not say that. I don't want to give everyone the cold shoulder when I start saying it. Right? Or at least wait until it actually happens here. But like, I've actually used it for that reason, right? It helps too. And I'm using that resource to do something with, right? I mean, I've used it on top of freezing rain. It's helped out. So I'm always looking for the benefits or ways to reuse the resources, especially if it has certain characteristics or qualities to it. Whatever it is, right? You know, because I've used hot ground before on ice. You know, and it causes it to be bumpy, right? So it's less smooth. So it's not smooth ice or dark or quote unquote black ice, right? You know, it has some characteristics to it. You know, it's a little bit different in comparison to salt or sand or gravel, right? There's different characteristics, qualities to it. You know, like coffee grounds are dark in color, so you know if it's coming closer to the freezing point, or it's sunny out, well, it's gonna absorb that solar energy much quicker in comparison to if it was sand or gravel. Now, salt, on the other hand, will lower the melting point of the snow. I can't believe I just up the ice, right? But you know, it has different characteristics because you know it can erode the cement that's touching. You know, the salt might corrode, you know, metal touching the road and all that stuff, right? So I've been trying something like coffee grounds out. Just as another example of trying something else out. Speak of which, try this out. So I appreciate everyone joining me this evening here. And like I said, if you didn't see my previous live stream, that goes with this. Well, you'll kind of understand what creative potential means, or at least how I see it is. Because people have asked me that before, and I kind of answered it before in a video, some videos or some tag or something like that. You know, I'm trying to remember what I said. I'm probably just paraphrasing what I've said in the past. Like, oh yeah. Okay, you guys are still listening? Okay. Alright. Now, everyone, we'll see who's paying attention, who's not lingering around till the end. Because perhaps there might be something I may show in a little later. Just cause. Maybe I'll go get it out. Actually, it's actually because I gotta go put something away. Remember, I just brought out a bunch of stage props. I just remember to put stage props back away before I forget. Yeah, you can hear that. And for everyone, I'm still trying to actually only use solar lights right now. I'm actually trying this out just to see how long these can go for. I mean, besides, I'll be getting some sunlight back on like after weekend stuff anyway. So I'll get on that part. Well, it'd be nice to know about this. You know, I can grab some rails here. I have it in there. A different wind up thing. I don't think I've done this way. Oh yeah, that's what's charging it still. Something I have. Not ideal since it's wind up, but it would give me some form of lighting. Or stationary type of lighting, or maybe something along the lines of that. Silicon in place or something like that. Give me one sec here. Just gonna grab something here. Because actually what I'm doing, actually I need to bring those coffee grounds outside. I just want to deal with them right now. So that's actually hold on one sec. Trying to drop me. Just give me one sec. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. I'll show you guys one thing, at least before I leave the live stream. Before I close out the live stream. There will be one little thing I will show. If you guys stick around, just long enough, you may be able to see it. You may be able to see it. You may be able to see it. Again, some things sorted here. Cool. I just ran out. Remember this? Yeah. Oh, I wonder what that sounded like. Yeah. Remember what I had earlier? For anyone that didn't see that blue thing that I was showing earlier, yeah, it's in my pocket right now. I've actually used it before I was camping. I passed it to people and be like, oh, well, this is what it is, right? They just think it's kind of cool, right? Because it's just like it's different, right? I mean, I guess the blue's kind of cool. People have told me that. You know, every so often I'll bring it up, depending on what you're doing. Okay. You know, if I'm just watching like some live stream or something, I might just chill with some solar lights. You know, less stressful on my eyes. You know, if I'm doing something serious or whatever that I need the lighting, then that's one thing. But I like just something like this. It's almost like sitting with candles, but not. You know what I mean? That atmosphere of it, right? Obviously, it's white light or blue light is different from like a warm light from a candle. You don't get that, and you don't get the fragrance. If you want something like that, essential oils or something like that, but you know, that kind of atmosphere of nice, not as bright light, just something just enough to see what you're doing, but it's kind of doesn't like blind you, but you can still see what you're doing. What time is it? It's both chords here. Here, Cliff. I'll catch you next time, man. Or perhaps we'll see if I finish it. I know I'll go to the top hour anyway, regardless. people are finding out. Then maybe I'll wait till the next time, or I'll wait till a video to show it. I was thinking about it. Maybe I should have showed it earlier, but there is a couple of sneak peeks on some other things I haven't shown on the channel. It hasn't appeared in a video or a live stream yet. And perhaps one additional thing here. Well, actually, you know what? I've already shown it. There's one video out there where I've shown where I'm doing pull-ups on something, right? And I showed it with that backpack. Or in our bag that I've shown when I've gone out for a walk, like one of my longer walks sometimes, you know, and you can see I'm wearing a backpack. That was just the experience of it and understanding about it. Wow, I did stuff like that, right? You know? And so you could see that I'm doing it with something I have on. Now that I think about it, I should actually, I don't know why I didn't actually do it this time. Because I've done this before, even on my own channel and something like that, where I've actually worn the backpack during the launch. For some reason, I kind of forgot about that this time around. For some reason, I just slipped my mind about that. Actually, I could have did it. I could have did it. I mean, for anyone who hasn't seen some of my art content, you know, I've gone walking with these backpacks, right? You know, maybe not as far or as long as I would like at times, but I have done it at least. Right? It's kind of to end this preparedness chat part of it. You know, I've talked about the people, talked about the resources, talked about the environment part, right? In terms of preparedness part, right? You know, wearing it, doing it, right? Understanding it by doing it, and just like how Toyman knows the path on the road where things are, to, you know, having diversifying those options that I do have, right? It's just like, you know, I can make a stop here or I can make a stop there, you know, whatever's more convenient, depending on what it is, right? Wherever the chat feels cheaper or whatever, something like that, or you know that in advance. And that experience of doing it too, right? It's not your first rodeo, as they say, right? You know, realizing, you know, okay, this is kind of how, more or less how it is. You know, it could be worse, it could be better, but you know, this is how the experience of it. You know, it could be as simple as a road trip to something more complicated that's more serious. But understanding those situations by even simulating it to a certain degree, it can give you some insight on how it's like, or at least a taste of it, right? A taste of it. Understanding from other people's point of view, shoes, right? It's like, oh, yeah. It's one thing to do it for 5 minutes. It's another thing to do it for an hour. It's another thing to do it for 3 hours. And such, right? Keep going with that. Oh, yeah. I'll probably go to, yeah, I'll go, might as well. I'll just go to the top hour, make it a 4 hour. Because I'm for it anyways. But, just because the stream ends doesn't mean the preparedness part or what I do with the resources will end. It'll just be something else that I can do in the back. Actually, there is actually stuff I'm working on, by the way, everyone. I'm actually working on this little thing. It's actually sitting in the back of the hallway. And it was, well, it's definitely going to be one of those reusing things. Using resources better, right? You know, not necessarily about preparedness, but it's about the resources anyways, right? Because technically this resource, I'm putting a new life to that resource, alright? And it's possible to gain money from it. So, I mean, like, if I consider it like that, I'd be like, you know, there could be a lot of benefits. Not just, you know, this item is not just going to end up in the landfill after X amount of uses, X amount of time, a year or whatever, right? I mean, I ran the equipment, it still runs technically, right? It just has to be some maintenance, right? Because sometimes I ever, you know, I ever spend money, like they say out there in parents community and other communities out there, you know, mind quality stuff, right? But even if you buy lower quality stuff or whatever, right? Even high quality stuff, you still have to maintain it to a certain degree, right? Because you spend X amount of dollars, so let's say $150 to do work, machinery or whatever, right? But you only use it for 1 year, maybe 2 years at the most. Let's see, let's just say, let's say 1 year, right? For some reason, and you throw it out, it still could work. You just kind of haven't maintained it for whatever the reason is, right? You spend, let's say, $120 on it, right, for a whole year. That means that every month you spend $10 on it, all right? But if you can make it last for like 4 or 5, right, that $120 is spread out throughout that 5 years. So instead of being, because I'm doing the math easily, $10 a month, now it's just $2 a month, for example. And you're making that resource last longer, and you don't actually have to buy a new one per se yet. I say yet, right? Because it's not broken or anything like that, right? You don't quite need that increase in power by spending another $250 or whatever to get something better or whatever, right? And you still have something that can still work. It's not ideal, but it will work and does help you out for what you're doing and stuff like that. And that's why I do that kind of stuff, because it's nice to know that things are can come back into their useful state, especially some of these resources out there that at times, unfortunately, I'm like, yeah. Because like I said, if you can't buy it, you're gonna have to either find it, repair it, or make it one way or another. Make do with what you have, right? Because it comes back to the preparedness part, right? In the resources that we have. Because if you have resources, right, you want to keep those resources circulating through in your area as long as possible, right? So it keeps, the resource that just keeps on adding, right? That foundation, like I said earlier in the creation type of live stream I did, creating some foundation, right? The foundation building upon each other from the past and from things experienced and what you've learned, right? In that same way, preparedness is built on foundation of, let's say, a plan, right? Maybe not necessarily the gear, but the knowledge and the skill and the experience of it too, right? And that just, I do mention this every so often, right? In some of these videos I see, I guess I will end the stream like this. It's probably better if I go like this. And maybe I'll go a little bit longer since I can't, for 10 minutes or whatever. But I've seen videos out there where they're talking about like or space blankets, right? For example, the reflective blankets, right? Aluminum coated plastic that's shiny, they could be a tarp or a thinner or whatever, right? And one of the things is that you may have one, but have you used one before? Especially if you have more than one, you can probably spare the time, the gear to try it out, right? Or something similar, right? One of the things, at least for me, that I start to learn by actually using it is that it kind of sucks holding it in your hands, especially if it's cold, because you're actually physically holding it in your hands. And I mentioned this before, in other channels I've mentioned this, right? Like a space blanket, M.O.R.E, a space blanket, it works best, generally speaking, when you can get your skin as close as possible to it without directly touching it, because the conduction loss can overwhelm that heat radiative reflectiveness properties of it. Because the conduction will be faster than the heat reflectiveness. Basically, you'll lose heat in your hand because you're physically holding it, right? So it's something I keep in mind, and something I learned just by this one example that I did when I was trying it out. That experience about just trying stuff out is just like, oh, let's see how warm it is. I just want to see, and I did it, and this was like 8 years ago, because I posted it on my community board, and I'm like, oh, apparently I did this video 8 years ago, but it was way different. It looked way different, right? It's just like, it was one of those experiences that I just tried out. I had to go somewhere anyways, I already had to make this trip, right? I was just like, you know what? This will give me a good excuse to actually try this piece of gear out. Let's try this out because let's see how well this could go. I want to try this out, right? In the real world, right? You know, let's try this out. No one's still looking at me differently because it's like, for what it is outside, right? But I'm just like, now I feel like I kind of understand it better, but because I've actually tried something out. Like, some of these Mylar space markets I've had for so long now, and there's some of the bare ones that are a little bit thicker. Not the tarp one, but in between, but just not the really thin ones. I've actually worn down reflector side to a certain degree in certain spots. Like it's clear now, but I was like, well, it hasn't ripped. So I'm still using it, right? I'm like understanding it and understanding how well it works. And it's like the pros and cons, right? It's just like any piece of gear out there, there's pros and cons. Some, what I said about the lighters have pros and cons. Ferrocene bond even has pros and cons for what it is, right? You need better tinder with ferrocene bond compared to a lighter, right? You have to work it better compared to a lighter, right? Because you have an open flame compared to just sparks. You might have to try a little bit harder, right? But obviously, ferrocene bond kind of works even if it randomly gets wet. A lighter, you might have to try it out matches. Like the windproof, waterproof, those type of matches. You might be kind of so on it, right? So that's why you have both. So you have options in that same way. Having like these different options that overlap and knowing how they overlap and those pros and cons, right? So, I feel like if I ever did that again and it was colder, I'd be like, okay, well, let's see what happens. I'm gonna actually try that. Well, let's see. Well, doing it is one thing, but recording it is a totally different thing, right? Because the code just saps the battery for like the bike so fast. But I wanted to see how good it is with insulation backing it up. So what happens if you actually have Mylar with a blanket of some sort? Maybe it's not necessarily wool. Maybe it's a cheaper synthetic version. But I was always kind of wondering about that because I'm like, that actually should work quite well, actually, because you have to. Because let's say a blanket has insulation type of properties, right? Because it holds air back, right? Air gaps, right? It might not do so well with moisture or for penetration power of wind, but Mylar, like the space blanket, tends to reflect heat or radiate heat, waterproof on the outside, windproof to a certain degree, right? So combining them together, you might have more or less the best of both for what it is, right? So you're at you won't be directly touching the Mylar when you're holding this, if you had to do it like that, because your hands will be touching the blanket and the blanket's touching the Mylar, right? And obviously it'll probably feel warm for what it is, right? Obviously temperature range, it depends, right? Depends how you are, how warm you feel and stuff like that. So stuff like that is just something I keep in mind because it's just like I'm working it in. Like even one of my kits, I got the Mylar space later. I actually have a Mylar blanket in there, so that's kind of backup. Instead of having two Mylar space blankets, I'm gonna actually have a blanket and a Mylar space blanket, so I can have some options in there. Whatever works better, the characteristics I need, and they both work good in tangent. Like they supplement each other quite well. For example, right? I mean, I'm still looking for something that's a little bit better in terms of like characteristics for the blanket, but right now that's what I have, right? Maybe one of these days I'll show it on the channel. I'm still working on it, right? And it's just something I'll work in progress all the time. It's just something one of those things that I'm just working on it, right? Hopefully I will never need to use it, but it's there just in case it's already staged in advance. I can get into it just in case whatever the reasoning is, right? And be proactive about it. And I think that is my segue here, everyone. I appreciate everyone dropping by. Amanda, Howie, Celia, Jason, Molly, Cliff, Go Fish Office, Ron, Colin, Continue Outdoors, among some other people. And if you're watching this on the replay, right, check out some of these other things, right? Try to learn some other things, right? Understand how you can use other resources out there, right? Understanding how, if you have very little in terms of the resource, what can you do with what you do have, right? Making good use of things you do have, the resources that you do have, whatever it is, right? It's like if people are hunting, they use every part of the animal that same way, right? You're gardening, you're chopping and dropping, you're using every part of the plant and chopping and dropping it back in as fertilizer or to add to the soil, add to the resources of the ground, right? Which in turn helps that environmental area, which in turn means you can probably grow bigger, better, more stuff, whatever, right? In that garden space, which gives you more food, which makes you more prepared because you have an additional source of food that diversifies what you already have, like in a fridge, in a freezer, freeze dried, dehydrated, sun dried, whatever dried type of food that you have, some sort of ration bars, whatever, it'll supplement that in. But it all starts from the foundation, or in this case, the ground. And with that, take care, everyone. And like always, go out there and do something awesome out there. And, things are changing out there. Actually, you know what? I'll actually bring this one up. Oh, where is it? Yeah, here it is. Things are changing out there, everyone. But we can adapt too. Things get better with skill and practice, right? Go help someone if you can, right? Do something, right? Show something, right? Just like how I've seen some people do, right? Some people are changing that stereotypical view of prepping out there. With one person, one incident, one situation at a time. And like always, everyone, take care. I'll catch you next time. Thanks for dropping by. And I'll catch you next time. And remember, it's up to us to do something about it, right? Because we're the only ones able to do anything about it. You bet we are. And I'll catch you all next time. Even if it's all on our